Generals event. Oh, yeah, that's how we're starting out today's stream. Yeah, no, just for some reason my streaming software isn't capturing the game, even though I'm telling it to capture the game. Oh, I know you're seeing. Went black there for a moment when I clicked over on it. I'm capturing my screen, which I like to have it capture the game. So this way, if I Alt Tab out, I'm not, unless I really want to and capture the screen, you're still seeing the game. So if I want to, look up something on Wikipedia or whatever to make myself seem smarter, because I know so many things, of course, that I could just jump over and get. But no, it won't let me do that right now. And I don't know. I don't know why it's not working. I know it used to work very reliably for 90+% of the games. There's just a few applications that I could never get it to um, work with and have to do the screen. But it's when I went over to having a higher resolution screen than 1080p. I know you're only seeing in 1080p because I am a bit worried about bandwidth going out. So that is an issue. Right. Okay. Well, we did a new start with the new version of HOI IV. I know I could have rolled it back. They even had it set up to roll back, but I decided it was the time to get all the DLC. So I have all of the important DLCs. I say that because I skipped things like South American, flavor DLCs and other things that that I have no great interest in. Even though some of them were on sale, I still decided, nope, let's just focus on and they are listed in at least on YouTube. And hi, both people on YouTube and on Twitch, live on both. I'm going to get back to also adding Rumble soon. I almost did it for today, but I decided not to. Let's move you up to the front lines. Part of the reason I left you back here was just supply. Don't know if it's really needed, but hey. So yeah, but what I did in the last week or so, I really sort of actually played some off camera, off stream, on my own, by my lonesome, to learn the new mechanics better. I'm not saying I'm like, super great with it, but I've definitely learned it better. And hello, well, you say also, I did not see you over on, hello, Arno. I did not see any post over on Twitch. So, also from here, maybe you need to. I have Twitch up here as well as Restream's chat feature. Maybe you said hello over on some other thing that I wasn't there. Yes, hello, Arno. So, yeah. It's a bit, I hate fighting with my software and my thing. Now I see you over on Twitch. So, don't know if you failed to hit the enter button or something. Who knows? Enter key, I guess, that would be okay. So, playing through, and I actually played beyond this point, but and he's also writing in all caps, I've noticed, so he's shouting at me. I don't need caps to hear you, Arno. I know you may be in a very windy place or something, and can't hardly hear anything going on around you. Um, so yeah, I've learned more, done more, and so instead of because last Saturday we were just starting out, we're now November 1939. Did you already use the sell by feature? No, I have not used that. International market. Maybe I should see about buying equipment. I haven't wanted to sell it. Hmm. Sweden's selling some equipment. Okay. I also, of course, saw the Soviets. I didn't know if I wanted to buy from the Soviets. Romania is selling some equipment. Towed artillery. I have not used this yet. Okay, we'll see about this in a minute. We will be playing, but you could say I have a low boredom threshold, and I have been informed, and I say it that way because I would never have thought it without being informed that there are people out there. I don't know if it's most people, but that are to some degree empty-headed without trying. I don't know if this is really true. I have a little trouble believing it. And I say without trying because, like a Zen person, when you person who knows Zen meditation, they try to clear their mind and not think about anything, not go to sleep, but be conscious, be awake, and clear your mind. Okay, but I also understand that there are people that don't have like an inner monologue, obviously, not really unless you're multi-personality or some other schizoid or some other sort of thing. You don't really hear an alternative voice. And that there are people that, would sit somewhere and are mostly blank. They're aware of like what's going on around them, and I guess their mind is noting, oh, that's a person walking across in front of me. Oh, that's a cat. It's playing with um, you know, a ball of yarn or something. But just sort of just vaguely paying attention to the world. But there's nothing going on inside their head beyond that, and you've got to, I don't know, spark them to get them to think about something. Now, I don't know if this is true because, like I say, to my knowledge at least, I've only ever been inside my head, so I don't know what other people think. I just don't know if there are these people and if they're common or uncommon. Now, you may wonder, what are you on about, gamer? Well, no, I don't normally talk about myself in first person unless I'm sort of for you or whatever, doing it as if it was a dialogue. Whenever I have anything that doesn't take a lot of concentration, this takes concentration, and um, you, I'm not necessarily, and I've gotten much better at it after doing this however many thousands of hours that I've streamed. Thank you all who have watched so much of it. But this takes effort, mental effort. It's not physical, but it's mental. It does take effort to keep this prattle going along or whatever while playing. And to see right now, obviously, I've stopped playing. I'm just prattling, so it's not that difficult. But it takes mental effort. If I'm just like driving down the road, sitting, waiting to get my tires changed or something, just sitting somewhere, doing something, my mind needs to be occupied. So I daydream, actively daydream. Now, it's not, for me, it's not like, oh, if I had $1 million, what would I do? That kind of stuff. No, it's, how could you, I don't think about the U.S. so much because, put it in, modern terms, it's the final boss kind of thing. So, yeah, you could strategize the final boss, but I've always looked at it as, well, how could the U.S. win World War II? Oh, there's already an example of it. Now, we could look at how it could do something different or better or whatever, most assuredly. But, you know, um, I I think that, you know, Japan, and I wish sort of that I didn't have I had this prepared. I saw, um, well, what's the channel? I think it's World War II bombers or U.S. World War II bombers um, channel on YouTube, and he looks at mostly the air war, but not just U.S. bombers. I actually found him when he was looking at something on the Pacific War that definitely included aircraft, but and it's really good videos. They're very, shall we say, simply um, uh, edited, and it's very dense in that lots of information is packed in. And like I'm sort of prattling here. I know you're all saying get ready to go, but you got to, if you really want to absorb his information, it's just bullet point after bullet point after bullet point. And instead of me, like I have to analyze the situation, he's constantly showing, not just citing, but showing and often reading the thing, but highlighting it in yellow on it, actual documents. And a lot of them are from the U.S. that are, made, many of them are in 1945, that the U.S. is either the war may be still going on or it's just over, analyzing, how effective was bombing or whatever. So he's constantly putting up these kind of things that he's showing, citing his sources. So you can argue with the sources legitimately. You can't argue with him because he's not saying that this is a fact. He's saying this source said it was a fact and it's an authoritative source. It might be wrong, but it's the source. And so he doesn't analyze things from the what if kind of speculation. And he showed again a chart that he made and used before about the Japanese fleet during World War II. Sort of like just before the war, as the war starts, and as the war goes along. And we can show here on the screen, it sort of like starts like this, goes up a bit like this, and then just goes down, and then just barely chugs along for the last year. And then also superimposed on it, now that was just the overall fleet size for it. Then for the Americans, the Japanese fleet, say, starts like here and goes up a bit and then back down. The Americans start higher and just go up. While theirs down here just goes up. And it just shows you, hello. Oh, yeah, thank you for it. Not adding anybody right now in Discord. Mert, I guess. Mert FP. Uh, and it just shows you that there is no possible way that Japan is winning World War II. There's not like, oh, hey, if it just sunk the carriers at Midway, they would have won the war. No, they might have won a few other battles, but the boulders are just coming down one after the other to crush it and crush it and crush it. Yes, maybe a bot, but I don't know. If we get repeated posts and we can ban them, maybe, I don't know. I don't know. It does look like a, because I'm not going to give follows just for follows. Because it doesn't help me and it really doesn't help you unless you're just trying to be a bot thing. So there really isn't, in my opinion, like a legitimate what if Japan did a few things different, it's going to win World War II. You might say if Germany's sort of winning World War II, they might be able to hold on to things long enough that the peace treaties would keep something of an imperial Japan. Oh, well, good, Arno. If you've checked, I trust you, Arno. And good job. Keep Imperial Japan alive as a, not occupied by the U.S. thing. But so Germany is one of those that there are reasons to go with Germany could have won World War II. It's not a likely thing, but it's a possible thing. So I've constantly thought, what if? One of my what ifs is greater use of Spain and to a degree Portugal and this is stuff 30, 40 years ago, and I didn't know as much as I did now. I know we're just getting this, and this is going to Arno's, and I did see it's a handy feature. Selling is great due to you can decide selling to your future enemies, but accept to selling to your allies and future allies. Yes. Was Latin America, and particularly Argentina, had Germany, and is totally not in the National Socialist German mindset to even consider the Americas for most anything. That's sort of why they lose the war. They don't consider what America is going to do when it enters the war. Because I think it was it only Ernst Udet, who ever went to America? Now, there was early on an American who was one of Hitler's close buddies and a staff guy. But he, after a while, nopes out and heads back to America. Well, I think maybe even before Hitler gets into power. There is an American around him. But, they don't really consider and really plan for the Americas much. But had they done something, not so much tried to sell arms to Argentina, but had set up an arms making industry, I had often thought, just sort of basic stuff. More than rifles, but a basic airplane type, a basic tank type, Panzer 1s or maybe Panzer 2s. Get that set up before the war. And not like huge factories that are going to have huge amounts of production, but some production with the idea that, oh, hey, they'll be able to sell those. Because if you look at America's tanks in 1938 and 1939, they basically don't exist. Okay? They basically don't exist. You have Christie trying to sell the Americans something, and you have a couple other sort of kind of designs that, so it's like, there isn't like, oh, hey, they just buy American tanks. They didn't really exist. And in, 35 or so, you have the Chaco War. It's a war between Bolivia and Paraguay over this part of the territory here. very, very underdeveloped. So you really could have sold arms, tanks, but Peru, even Bolivia and Paraguay, while they're in the middle of the war, I think they do get a few tanks. I think it's Bolivia that gets a few tanks, and then Paraguay captures some of them and uses them. But these are really, early primitive tanks, but just handfuls. So, they don't have the money to buy tank fleets, but they got the money to buy some tanks. I'm talking like 6, 10, 30 maybe. I don't know. But things like that, and have this armaments industry, but set up with Spain to buy these tanks that then get some of them, most of them, but some of them, resold into Germany, after you conquer France, as well as other armaments. But also, even more so than what happened, they get particularly tungsten from this. In here, there's a lot of both sides of the border here. Lots of tungsten here. You can probably see it on the resource map. Yes, here, 17, 152. So there's lots of, there was trade that was coming through there that if you trade up through here, I don't know, at some point the U.S. might intervene, but you could supply Germany with a cushion of weapons. But also, which is what I'm getting at here, is I'm keeping Italy neutral as much as I can. I keep seeing it attacking Greece, but it hasn't attacked in my last couple of playthroughs France or Britain to actually get into the war as a separate combatant. So, and that's one of the test things I'm doing on playing through. We have kept them entirely from being allied with us. Okay, so enough prattle. I decided to take, and it looks really odd, all of Slovakia. I wish it was there. I know I could maybe give territory over to try to get Hungary, because we got Romania as an ally, but I got all of Slovakia. I wanted to preferably just give this. I wanted, one of the reasons I didn't divide it up with this was the tungsten here, and the factories too. But the tungsten was, even two tungsten was useful here. Would have, whatever populations and a couple of civ factories would have given that over to Hungary just easy. I'm going to get something to drink. I will be back in just a moment. I know it's at the start, but didn't have anything ready here. Almost back. Okay. So this looks a little funny. The game just really, well, it maybe represents history well enough, but Slovakia is just not really that helpful of a partner. Okay, what's game? Arno saying, gamer, see if you have anything you haven't built enough of, and buy those from Axis members to keep it real as it was. Well, okay, we can look at this. I did just before starting the stream, and it'll take a little while, I think, for it to catch up. Went in and created the never really sure how to pronounce this, but Ordnungspolizei Cav without just to be occupational forces, and I think it's going to replace the infantry and give me more anti-tank real soon. I think because it's this sort of occupying there. Well, let's see. Buying. Romania, or well, let's see. Do we have Hungary that? Okay, support equipment, storage. Okay, economic capacity cost 8. Well, I don't know that I want to give up 8, Arno. Yeah, I don't know that I want to do that. I know it's a neat gimmick. I know it's a neat gimmick, but and it may be more than a gimmick. But I really want to use my production capacity to expand. Trying to think. The National Socialist economy is a very interesting thing. It's not an easily labeled, other than saying something like that, National Socialist economy. It's not easy to describe. And then when you put in the international economy, it changes even more. Okay, what am I talking about here? And I don't know that I should go into all this right now, but I'll try to keep it short. I'm looking here. The MIFO bills. This is an attempt to pay off the loan or loans from America, from the United States of America, to be specific. I know I keep heading to deep dives, but during World War I, the U.S. companies, as opposed to the government, the companies made lots of money selling resources, arms, and also particularly food. You might put that under resources, but food, as opposed to industrial resources to fight the war, to make weapons to fight the war. And it also, these companies, I don't think there was a lot of what we see in the modern day sense. I'm just not enough of an expert to know. I don't think there was a lot of government loans to the Western powers, but there was, especially once they became a bit more into the Allies, there were some, but I think it's mostly banks loaned money to particularly France and Britain based upon how likely those countries were going to survive. I don't think too much of it was U.S. government guarantees and loans. Sometimes in the modern day sense, sometimes it's the U.S. government, to my understanding, loaning or giving money to other nations. Other times it's the U.S. government saying to, Bank of America, a real bank, That's not a government bank, by the way. The original name of the Bank of America was originally called the Bank of Italy. That had nothing really to do with Italy. The Bank of Italy. I know I'm going down rabbit holes. I believe it was in 1901. There was a massive earthquake in San Francisco, and then there was also a big fire because of that. And between the fire and the earthquake, it basically destroys San Francisco City. I mean, really does. But there's still a lot of money there. And like, if not literally the next day, but within the week, there had been a Bank of Italy that had been a smallish bank set up by an Italian immigrant. And it's really a local bank. He just called it the Bank of Italy. And he's out there basically standing on the street and just setting up with some planks, because everything's gone, the building's gone and whatnot, or collapsing and you can't use it. There may still be, a safe inside with money or whatever in there. But he's giving out loans to rebuild within like the week, but I think it's literally like the next day. He's giving out loans to people to rebuild. And I think if I remember correctly, it's not even necessarily here's some money. It's more like here's a thing that you can then go to somebody, a piece of paper, go to somebody and say, I have a loan for this money. I need to rebuild. So I think there's a massive amount of debt that he probably couldn't cash at that moment. But it was meant to, pay out over time. And other people who, and really quickly within days, he's, get things set up. And that forms, and then he's smart enough to change the name very quickly from the Bank of Italy to Bank of America, when it's way out here, and this is in 1901, when most all the major banks are out here. Yeah, J.P. Morgan and crew are all over here. So, and it grows to basically the biggest U.S. bank now, but it was still a very small bank. But in the modern day sense, a lot of times the if they want to give money to some African country that is a basket case and probably won't pay it back, most of the way it goes is the U.S. government says to Ghana or somebody, oh, hey, yeah, we'll guarantee, $20 million in loans, so that they can then take that to somebody like Bank of America and go, we want to borrow $20 million. Well, you haven't paid back the last 3 loans. Yeah, but this is here. It's guaranteed by the U.S. government. If we can't pay it back, the U.S. government will pay it back. Oh, okay. So they loan, and it's at this good interest rate. Oh, okay. So they loaned the money to I don't know that lake existed back then in Ghana. I don't think it did. Another story. Won't go down that rabbit hole right now. So, but I think back during World War I, it was mostly on loaning money at a good interest rate to Britain and to France, on the idea that, yeah, they'll eventually pay it off. And as part of that, they're going to survive World War I in one format or another. So when World War I ends, one of the things is Germany, you're responsible for all of this, when it was really Serbia. But you're responsible for this, and not just that over damaging Belgium or something that we might realistically look at. But you've got to, because, they sort of added Belgium to the war without, needing to, if you will. You've got to pay us lots of money. And so Germany's like, yeah. And it's, oh, yeah, you want some Deutschmarks? No. We want hard currency. We can take it in French francs, British pounds. And they're going, well, we don't have that. Well, the U.S. banks, or they'll take gold, but yeah, the U.S. banks, they've got lots of French francs and British pounds sitting in their vaults, either literally or virtually, because they've been accepting, payment. They've been loaning money or dollars, loaning money to the French and to the British. Those people have been buying weapons and such from U.S. companies. And then those U.S. companies have been putting the money in the banks. And then they're sitting there and they're sitting on all this money that they don't know what to do with. And now Germany needs the money. So the U.S. government sets up and facilitates. I don't know how much if they really, I don't think they do. They facilitate it, but I don't think they guarantee the loans. But they loan Germany the money to pay off over time, because it's not even pay it off all at once. It's paying off over time to pay off all the, war reparations debts. So it's a sort of circle going on. And it's partially when this circle somewhat collapses is when we get the Great Depression. But you have this circle of money flowing during this time period. And it is sort of a transatlantic trade of the Americas sending money to Germany. Germany is paying off the loans or paying off both the initial, and I think there is some subsequent payments as well, war reparations. But Germany needs to at least pay the interest back, if not too much of the principal, back to the American banks. So the money's all flowing around. Okay. Now that's an issue here of dollars, francs, and pounds mostly. Not of Deutschmarks or Reichsmarks. Starts out as Deutschmarks under the Wehrmacht or Weimar government, not Wehrmacht, Weimar government. But if you're willing to accept Reichsmarks in your bank, if you're Romania or Hungary, and you're willing to accept Reichsmarks, because if you are Hungary or Romania, which are more backward places than Germany, okay, they are at this time. And so if you're willing to accept that, because you can buy radios. Germany's producing huge amounts of cheap radios, mostly for the German domestic market, but they're producing these things. And so if you were making money, like Romania was with the oil, but if you were making money, you're getting your economy going because money's coming in. If you're making arms, say, you are, you're paying your workers, and your workers want to buy things. And if you don't have much beyond, your clothes, and a lot of clothes back then, people were made in the home. I mean, large numbers of amounts of clothes were made in the home. So you were buying cloth, and that's a simple, basic product that would be made locally. Wool, maybe you're importing cotton, but cotton is cheap. The U.S. will sell you cotton. Egypt will sell you cotton. I don't know, India not so much, but Egypt and the U.S. will sell you cotton cheap. And you just need to weave it into cloth and dye it, and people will buy it. And food and that kind of stuff locally, that if you want something a little more technological, it's like buying computers today. Most of the significant parts of my computer were made in Asia, whether it's Taiwan, maybe some in Japan. I don't know how much is in the mainland China, but some of the stuff I know is made in mainland China. So much of my computer here is not made in the U.S. It's made in Asia, and like I say, particularly Taiwan and China. And I'm talking, my keyboard, my mouse, my screens, my, CPU, GPU, disk drives, they're mostly not made here. So if you wanted things like that, And maybe not everybody's affording that, but enough people are affording that. And this is what I'm sort of getting at with this economy thing. The German government can print as much money as it wants to. The civil economy, the civilian factory, Germany has, right now in 1939, a lot more civilian factories. And this is part of the problem with this game. It has a lot more civilian factories that are existing that aren't touching any of this, okay? Aren't touching any of this. Some of this civilian consumer goods are sort of idle factories from the war. Okay, so it is these. It's these. But it's not this here like we're looking at the Soviet Union. These aren't government factories. These aren't government-directed factories, people. These are anybody who wanted to made a factory. That includes Ford, the big automobile company, as well as GM. Or it includes Auto Union, which one of the companies, and basically the main one surviving today, as far as I know, is Audi, but they were part of Auto Union. Sort of a group of companies, consortium of companies. Or just other privately, and we're talking large, we're not talking some small business, but we're talking large companies. Anybody who wanted to basically could have a company. The Nazis weren't like the Soviets, that everything is state controlled, but they're making this game as if it were state controlled. It's not. Same with the U.S., same with Britain and France. I totally agree with the idea that this particularly is factories that aren't doing something that the government needs. And at this time, 1939, November, or we jump back to September before the war starts, but even as the war is starting, there is no idea that these things are all happening at the government's request. You can even look in 1945. You have armaments companies saying, doing contracts with the government to sell them tanks. And they're negotiating prices, they're negotiating all this stuff, as opposed to the government just telling them to do X. There are a few companies that are either pre-existing or have been created that are state-controlled. And basically, they can be put under two titles. One, the Gustloff Works, named after Gustav, the killed Swiss German. He has both dual citizen Nazi, killed by David Frankfurter, and saves Switzerland from being invaded. So hail to him if you're Swiss. Yes, the Jews saved you. That the Gustloff Works, one of their core companies is Simpson & Co., which was the smallest of the major arms manufacturers in Germany that happened to be, Jewish owned. Yes, it was Jewish owned. And after the Nazis come into power, they
they nationalize it. I still saved it somewhere. One of the family does get out. Because I was talking about this in an early video, one of the family members saw my stream and contacted me and gave me some insights about just a few paragraphs, but some insights about the Simpson family and what was going on. But they do get out and survive. Hooray, yay. But they were Germans. They saw themselves as Germans. They were very much making weapons for Germany in World War I. When the armaments, you put on the restrictions of the Versailles Treaty, they work with the Weimar government to continue to make weapons for Germany. Well, when the Nazis come into power, and they know better, trust me, they know better, they see that the Mauser rifles and the Luger pistols are double the cost that they were before. The Jews were just doubling the cost and forcing, because they were the only ones under the Weimar Treaty, or treaty system, allowed to make weapons for the German government, whether military or police, even police weapons. You had to buy them from Simpson and Co. by treaty. And they doubled the price, those greedy Jews. They didn't double the price. Oh, for every weapon on paper, it cost twice as much per weapon. What they were doing is saying, oh, we delivered 1,000 Luger pistols to the government today, when in fact they delivered 2,000 pistols a day. And the Nazis knew this. There was secret paperwork, but so yes, the price doubled. It looked like the Jews were exploiting the good, honest Germans, when in fact the Jews weren't making extra money because they had to pay their workers and pay for the steel and whatnot to make the guns. They were helping to get around the Versailles Treaty. But and it goes through a couple of name changes, but after Gustav was used a Nazi term, martyred, they use that name, and then it's also used for the cruise ship. To my knowledge, the first basic cruise ship ever made. Not liner, not human transport. A cruise ship leaves with a set of passengers, say from Bremen, goes to, say, in Norway, and comes back with those same passengers. That's a cruise ship. It's designed to cruise around and come back, as opposed to deliver a set of passengers and pick up a different set of passengers and come back. That's more of a liner. But it's just a holiday ship. But the Gustav Works is at least started in it, and they also make wood-burning engine elements to put into vehicles to drive, cars and trucks using wood instead of gasoline. They do other things, other industrial works. They're an industrial, multiple things all under one company, and mostly from confiscated, and again, mostly from Jewish confiscated large businesses. The other government, at least as so far I've been able to detect in all my deep dives and whatnot, was the Hermann Goering work, however you want to say it, that was set up as part of the 4-year plan. Goering, I'm sure, because he was corrupt, got some kickbacks, but it was just his name on the, conglomeration, and he was plenipotentiary for the 4-year plan. So, but it wasn't like his own, that he owned the company. He just was the guy in charge of the economy. So and like one of the good examples was, there was basically a rare earth deposit that existed in Germany, and the German government, even before the Nazis get in power, are trying to get a German mining company to mine this rare earth, but none of the companies go, there's a lot there, but there's so much other junk, mixed in with it. It's not going to be economical because I forget which one. One of the things, there's massive deposits down in Morocco that are competing with us and are much cheaper because they're much more concentrated and whatnot. So it just isn't, it's profitable, they say, but it isn't and it's literally what the report says. It's not profitable enough to be worth investing in. That it'll take way too long, to set the mine up, buying all the mining equipment, do all that stuff before you start seeing it. It'll take way too many years before we can see that it's profitable. So it would be, if it was a pre-existing industry, it would be profitable to keep running in the current market, international world market, but the return on investment will take too long, so they didn't want to do it. So the Hermann Goering Werk, once the 4-year plan gets established, sets the mine up and does it because it can be done profitably, but it's not, and I know this is a long way around, but it's not a, it's a setup. It's a state enterprise, but it's selling most of its product into critical industries, into the German industrial setting. But what I'm trying to get at is most of these factories, these civilian goods factories, are not busy making, whether it's fuel silo or a synthetic refinery or other armaments or even other civilian factories. They're not busy doing those things, and they're not fully busy making toasters or whatever. They're making toasters to orders and anticipated orders, meaning that the factory, and this is the problem with this, a lot of this stuff right now, particularly if I have to buy arms, is that the company, let's say the factory can make 1,000 toasters a day. It's maybe only cranking out 500. And when it gets an order for more, a bunch more, like if there was an international order from Romania, it'll, bump it up 400 more toasters a day or something to quickly fulfill the order. So buying weapons from Romania shouldn't need to take away from this. Okay? Because, Germany just can print the money. And if it gives it to Romania, and Romania buys toasters with it, it keeps it from being inflationary. So long as you don't do it too big, too much. Because I have a few now, but I've had many libertarian friends in my lifetime. And they want to go back to the gold standard or the silver standard or a mix of both or something like that. And they're not entirely wrong. Sort of like the Bitcoin. What's Bitcoin worth today? But as somebody who really understands economies knows that the value of the dollar is, I'll get to your, PJ, I'll get to your comment in just a moment. Is a value of labor, if you will. If we look at something, we could look at gold, but let's look at iron or steel or something made of steel. It doesn't really matter. But we can just talk about steel. The value of steel isn't its rarity of iron or coal. Okay? There is plenty of iron and coal on this planet right now for the needs. And we're not even talking about recycling. There's plenty of iron and coal. What it is the value of the cost it makes to make the equipment to mine it whether you're talking about uh, big tractors, diggers and scoopers, or making the chemicals that they use to blast. You can see a lot of it is surface mining now going down instead of tunneling. But it's all of that equipment to be made. It's the paying the workers to run the mines. It's paying all of that. It's then paying to transport the ore that then gets through refining stages to get it down to refined iron. And then we're going to leave coal, the process coal is similar for coal. Then taking that that refined iron and transporting it, maybe just next door, but transporting it to a steel mill that then you put the iron in, and you have all the people that have all that equipment there, and you've built that, maybe the steel mill 20, 30 years ago, but they had to invest a lot, and they're amortizing the cost to make, before they finally actually start making a profit from the investment. It's all of that human labor cost to make all of those parts and amortize it over time. That is the value of the dollar. Okay? It represents a certain amount of labor. And I've been delaying, and there's multiple reasons I'm delaying it. Plus, get done, I need to do some remodeling on a home that I need to move into. And I'm going to pay some workers to do something. So I'm probably going to be paying something like $35 or more per hour to somebody, or to a contractor, to pay the actual worker. The actual worker may get $25 an hour or something. But let's just stick at the $35 an hour. So he is willing to do labor for me at $35 an hour. That is the value of the dollar. It's 1/35 of an hour of work for this guy to do it. So $35 for an hour. So $35 equals 1 hour of a contractor's work. Or it's equal to, or 12 of those dollars is equal to somebody working at the grocery store in the same town. We're not talking about variance in wages around the world. We're talking in a particular area. It's $12 an hour, say, to get the grocery worker to, whether they're putting stuff on the shelves or they're running the checkout stand. It's about $12, give or take some, an hour. Where I am here. And it may be different in different states. And like in New York City, it's probably $25 an hour. But so 12 of those dollars equals 1 hour of that person's work. Right? Now, if you just simply arbitrarily say, well, the minimum wage is now $25 an hour. Well, now that means your dollars are less, because now the grocery worker, instead of being paid $25 an hour, or $12 an hour, is now paid $25 an hour. And I do see it, it's like starting, I think it's at like, because it's on the door and they're trying to hire enough people at In-N-Out Burger, where I live, up in my secret mountain base. It's like 15, maybe, no, it's like $13.95 or something like that, starting pay. So let's just say $14 an hour to work there. But if it goes to a minimum of $25 an hour, that necessitates, this is where all you lefties out there, and I know there's some of you in Europe that, and there was, hi folk, there was, I don't know if you've got rid of the bot over on Twitch. And I'll get to the comments in just a moment. It's now, instead of $12 to the hour, $14 to the hour, or for a contractor, somebody who's going to lay a floor in my house, supposed to be working pretty hard and doing that and have some skills, $35 an hour. The burger place worker, and there's a lot of you lefties, okay, thanks, Arno, you think, oh, we'll just set a higher minimum wage, that'll do it. No, because instead of $14 an hour at the burger place, it's got to be $25 an hour, so that will necessitate them raising the cost of the burger, the fries, and the milkshake. Tell what I get at In-N-Out Burger. It's all going to go up. So it isn't going to help a single goddamn worker. I am not against the idea of a minimum wage. But that should be really a minimum. And it doesn't, and not like, oh, well, we want to raise the salaries at grocery store workers and fast food workers. And I hate it now that I go into Taco Bell and McDonald's, unlike In-N-Out Burger, which is keeping all human labor. They want me to stand at an ordering screen and order my food at the screen, and minimizing worker numbers, because partially it's going to happen anyways, because technology, at least in most businesses, because technology is advancing, but it's hyper speeding it in California, and then it's bleeding into other states here, because they have set these ridiculous minimum wages, quote unquote a living wage. But because they're communists and they don't understand, by doing that, it simply doesn't help, because it doesn't mean that the $25 an hour isn't, say, worth two human hours worth of work of a basic, working at a grocery store at $12 an hour, because you get two human hours paid for that. It's now just 1 hour's worth of labor of a basic minimum thing. So it's inflationary, and it runs like everything. So if you expand because of either minimum wages or, as we saw under COVID, the idea, well, if you give everybody $1 million an hour working, well, we're all just going to go on a vacation. Well, who's going to, or I'm just going to go buy a new car and, a new Ferrari because it's $1 million an hour. The Ferrari's going to cost you a few $billion or something, not hundreds of millions of dollars, but billions of dollars. If you just dump money into the system, it will just cause inflation in the money. And the main people it hurts are savers. Again, some of the communists know this, and they're deliberately doing it to attack wealth. Savers. Now, savers doesn't have to be your billionaires. It can just simply mean somebody saving up for a car, somebody saving up for a home, instead of consuming every day. And those that, the communists want, and I'm talking, and when I'm saying communists, I mean the Democrats, I mean Labour people in England, Green Party, the SDP in Germany, all these people, I'm considering them all communists. These people don't want ownership. They want renters in apartments. They want tenants on farm. They don't want ownership. They want workers. They want people to be dependent on the system. They don't want savers. They don't want anybody saving for anything. It's in their ideology. And so they go to people who believe, correctly or incorrectly, that, oh my God, I'll never in this economy be able to buy the home. Well, there's other ways to fix home ownership, but maybe not everybody's going to buy a home. Whether it's an apartment, which in America we call those condos, because it's a building that's turned over to individual ownership. And there is sort of a collective ownership of the overall structure and individual ownership of the individual apartments. And within that system, because there's an overall ownership, you have to pay into a fund that maintains the overall building. And so if there's structural work or gardening work outside or maintenance for the, repainting the hallways once in a while, that there's money for that. That's not supposed to be a really for-profit business, but just a maintenance. But you own your own home, and you can your interior part, and you can sell it. So there is a monthly or annual or however it's set up. It depends on the situation. Payments that may feel like rent, but you're paying to maintain the overall building that you just own the apartment in. But whether you're owning your your own apartment, or you're owning your own physical structure with a little bit of property around it, or something in between. Communists don't like ownership. They don't like other people having more than somebody else. They don't like savers. But if we're talking about Germany in this time period, or any other country, but even with the German economic system, when you were talking at peace, and until you fully do the total war that comes in only after 1941, basically 41, 42, you still have a real civilian economy running in Germany. Remember, guys, until 1942, you still have a civilian economy running in Germany. Buying weapons, or anything else from Romania, if Romania wants the money, wants the Reichsmark, and they can't just flood Romania with Reichsmarks, because if Romania shows up, well, I'm willing to pay $1 million for that toaster. We want 1 million toasters at $1 million. Well, that, each. Well, that would flood too much money into the German economy, obviously. So long as it's within a responsible level, it doesn't take away from any of this. It doesn't destroy this. And I know it's hard to model it in a computer game like this. Now, Germany at this time period was not buying weapons, at scale at least, and I know for sure at scale. Later on, it is, but it is at the civilian time, pre-war. It was not buying weapons from outside of Germany at any scale. I'm not saying it didn't buy a few examples of something, but at any scale, it did not buy weapons from an outside economic sources. So now Romania, it should be able to buy a fair amount of weapons, say, from Germany, because of there's Ploetsty, right here. Because it's selling oil to Germany for Reichsmarks, and then it can turn around and buy weapons from Germany. But at this time period, this is under Mauser. Mauser is not at capacity for making MP38s at this time period. The MP40 is sort of maybe out now, but I don't know exactly here. I'll get back to the chats. Don't worry, guys. It's not at capacity. It's more like, and it may be at capacity at certain times, because it's like, oh, hey, we want to buy, they come in, we want to buy 10,000 MP38s. And I'm just presuming because of the Mauser label, I'm not sure who was making the MP38s at this time, because they eventually go out to multiple companies, and I just don't know that. But definitely we could look at the Mauser rifle. They were, of course, making those, as well as other companies as well. Like DWM, which is Ludwig Lova. And so maybe, I go, we want 10,000 MP38s. And they go, okay, yeah. When do you want them by? Tomorrow. No, we can't make them tomorrow. Well, okay, can you get them to us in, say, 6 months? Somebody goes, oh, sure, yeah, 6 months. Well, and we can deliver, a few each month, for 6 months. Oh, okay. Maybe they'll spike up in that 6 month time period and get their 10,000, but they might be able to make, in that time period, let's say 14,000 MP38s, but they're not working at capacity. And I'm just even talking a single shift, not 24/7, because eventually, at least in America, which I know a little bit more about some of the stuff, armaments companies get to where they're basically 24/7. May not quite technically be that because they're shift changeovers, and I'm not sure at a particular company if they're working 3 8-hour shifts or 2 12-hour shifts or 2 10-hour shifts, and then they're also working on the weekends, but it's not one person working 7 days a week. They may be working like 12 hours a day, 4 days a week or something, and, have sometimes a little bit of overlap in people showing up in, an hour or half an hour, punching in the clock before they actually take over from the other person. And they may be, transition, on the machines. And so this way, they're making weapons 24/7 eventually. And I do believe that's the case in Germany as well. As they train up the workers. And they have to train up the workers. So we're not even talking about that. We're talking about a civilian economy that's roughly running an 8-hour workday, 5 days a week. Something like a steel worker, because the steel processing element that needs to go for more than 24 hours. Now you may switch workers on it, but they'll work like 24 hours for like 3 or 4 days for a pour or something like that. So they do work through the weekends and whatnot, but that's sort of only when needed do they work that way. But the workers aren't necessarily working more than like a 48-hour, 50-hour work week individually during the civilian economy. So selling some arms, buying some arms, this is just not quite the way it was. Okay, let me get to chat and then we'll get actually to playing. Okay, so that was all Arno's fault in asking me about the buying and selling of arms. And I'm very, very much appreciative of the arms market. I'm glad it is here. It is especially good for trying to sell off older equipment to potential or potential anybody's, friends or enemies. Okay. PJKJ 1997, I'll just call him PJ. I hope you like that. If you ask me what happens in 100 years, I will answer Germany will start in Germany 1936. I'm not exactly sure what that means. 100 years from now, it's going to be 1936 kind of thing. Maybe if you're trying to analog it out, yes. Gold standard is a bad idea. It introduces balance of payments on monetary policy, which separates under a fiat currency. The trade deficit will cause interest rates to spike under the gold standard. Oh, yeah, there's lots of reasons. The biggest reason is that, and again, I've had good friends, I've had casual friends, I've had casual acquaintances that are core libertarians. They want the government to be responsible for the roads, but they don't want the government to own road repair equipment. They just want them to contract with a company to repair and maintain the roads. They want roads, and they're not just saying like private company X should buy a strip of land, lay down a road, and then charge you to run on it. No, they want a certain amount of government. They're not like complete anarchists or something, but they want to divestify ownership from anything in the government, and they want to mostly get back to a market economy with only limited government use for what is clearly elements that are collectively used over time. Build a bridge, yes. Contract. Raise bond, issue bonds that people will, invest and buy and pay off to pay for the bridge over 30 years and whatever. They want to do it all of that kind of thing. Instead of taxing you tax money, get tax money to pay for the bridge. They want issue bonds and all this stuff. And they're not entirely wrong on everything. And they're right in that we've gone, in most cases, and I would say in the US and in most Western European cases, too far into the government managed, could be owned in elements, but managed economy. If you look at how much of like Britain's economy is the government. It's like half of the economy between the NHS and all the bureaucracies. Half of the people are like working for the government in Britain in some way or another. Either directly as a government employee or their contracting company or something is being employed by the government significantly or whatever. So the government run economy is like half the economy. That's way too much. And sure, I totally agree with the idea that, you're going to build the channel, under the channel, instead of waiting for a company to go, hey, if we build get a French and an English company together, hey, if we build this tunnel under the sea, we'll then be able to, in 100 years, make back our investments, charging, train company to run, people to run under the sea. And finding these two companies that are willing to invest in 100-year payoff, that's hard to do because maybe they'll all be communists by then, and so nobody will make the money, so it isn't worth the investment. So certain projects definitely belong in the realms of governments, and that may be big projects that have lots of, not just the guys digging the tunnel, but a whole, industry to build the machines and build all this stuff, sitting, tens of thousands of people indirectly, and then not even touching the tunnel, but made the paper cups that coffee was poured into, or the thermoses that were carried, for the workers to have some coffee on the job site underground. People that made something that somehow was used in that. There's probably tens of thousands of people, including some people in China, probably made things that were somehow productively used in doing that tunnel. So but in the 19th century, that's the only look at, and particularly in America, because they look at the American economy in the 19th century and see how it was booming. There's other reasons for it was booming, but gold and silver were used entirely for only two things, as far as I can tell, and correct me if I'm wrong. Holding of value, coinage, lots of silver coins particularly, and decoration. Silver plated this, or solid silverware, where we get the term, utensils, or gold rings, wedding rings or something like that. That could be, not pure as in pure gold, but solid gold, but it's an alloy because you don't want gold's too soft. You want to harden it up with a little bit of something, but it's still, 90 to 80% pure. It's still mostly gold in its weight, not just a plated ring, but something that's primarily gold. And that would be, you're absolutely, in your bad idea, folk, is entirely correct. But that would not be terrible. But gold and silver are both very good conductives. Copper is at scale, for all the copper wiring. But if you get down to like PCBs on your computer, that's a lot of gold. I mean, especially at scale. So gold and silver are now an industrial consumable. So maintaining it as wealth, it's an industrial consumable that then you're denying it to the consumer market, and you're going to inflate the price for the demand. So yeah, it's not a good idea. It just is not a good idea. Now, audit the Fed, like in America, I'm definitely on board with, true outside audits. Maybe even end the Fed, I might be on with, and go back to the currency, to have the currency instead of, if you look at the US dollar, it is not. And let me look at the $20 here. It says a Federal Reserve note. Now, issued by the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve is a private company, people. Did you know that? Did you know your American dollars, if you have them, and even overseas? It's a Federal Reserve note. Oh, the actual printing might be done from the Treasury. Here, let me. Even it says here, United States Federal Reserve System on a seal with a sort of an American shield with an eagle over it. And next to it, it does have a treasury thing. Another sort of printed over to make it hard to counterfeit the Treasury of the United States. But this is really issued by the Federal Reserve. It may be printed by the Treasury or something, the note that I have in my hand. But the money supply is Federal Reserve. It's a private company. Oh, the government appoints the board that controls it. And it's not it doesn't make a profit. So it's sort of a public-private kind of thing. You could get rid of the Federal Reserve and go back to true treasury notes that are truly issued by the U.S. government. And it may be just sort of a technical thing that really might not matter much. This is why I'm not that 100% on ending the Fed. I definitely want to have it more responsible to the legislature, in the sense that it shouldn't be a semi-independent organization, because it was set up, and I don't know all the details. I know of at least one person who knows a lot of the details locally here, and he could recite them for you. But it was set up between some of the major industrial powers in the U.S. government to manage the money. Instead of to move it totally into the Treasury so that it is totally I don't want it to, because they set it up to sort of kind of be something of an independent bureaucracy. I wanted under political control, which in a practical sense, it may be a bad idea in that people will vote for comforting lies over hard truths. So I just saw just this morning or last night, a thing from Deutsches Welle, the English language version of one of the major German TV networks. And Merz was talking in front of the SDP, because they're in coalitions, and saying math says we have to cut back on pensions. And they were interviewing some SDP people in their red T-shirts there. Oh, red. They're communists. So that, looking at that, they, oh no, we just need to find the money somewhere. We need to tax wealthy people to get money for pensions. That's their only solution. So if you just were to have, people will just support unreality. That may be a problem. Maybe the Fed is as a public-private. So I'm not 100% sure that I want that, but I could see that as being a good thing. Like I say, I'm not, move it entirely into the Treasury. Definitely audit the Fed. Get non-Fed people in there to audit it and make sure that the Fed is being responsive to the government. Okay, let's see. I agree, steel is a good example of an economic perspective, but Bitcoin is impressive. Well, okay. See, Bitcoin is not a functional currency for any particular economy as the only real functional currency. Meaning it's a commodity that so far we trust, although lots of it has been lost and can't be recovered. You can't just go, dig in the dirt for it. So it's that we trust that somebody can't hack the system to just create more. So it's sort of like, oh, hey, we're using it to hold wealth in its scarcity. So I can put some money into it and I can trade the Bitcoin around, certainly, as opposed to selling it for money and then using the money to buy something else. I can trade Bitcoin, but by its definition, and any coin and any of these other coins out there, and I a few names that popped in my head, but I don't know enough. Which some of the ones out there are mined, but don't have the idea of a limited amount, meaning it's ever growing. So I don't see how they're going to last. So I think most of them are bubbles. And if you want to play the bubble game and put, if you have a decent income and a decent, salary or just whatever income or a decent amount of money, or you're sitting on a lot of money, you want to put $200-$300 into one of these things and sort of kind of pay attention to it. You may be able to $200-$300, maybe able to get $20,000-$30,000 back someday, but probably not. So I don't recommend doing it other than money that you're willing to put on a roulette table. Because trust me, I put a fair amount on roulette tables, a lot more on blackjack over the years, but that's just all been entertainment money. I could go to a show, pay to go to a Vegas show, or go to spend the evening at a Vegas blackjack table for about the same amount of money. Entertainment kind of money, not like, oh my God, I'm putting in so much money, I'm going to get rich or something and then lose it all. That's bad. Just want to go to Vegas and have a little bit of fun. I totally endorse that. If it becomes anything more, okay. And PJ saying gold is like religion. This product has been forced upon us. I don't agree with either of that. For hundreds of years, we can't simply abandon it. It's tradition. That's why it is so valuable. Gold itself means absolutely nothing. No, you're entirely wrong about both things. I don't think religion's been purely forced upon people. I think religion is, whether religion, you can disbelieve in religion, fine. I don't have any problem with that. Well, no, everybody believes in religion. Sorry. Every fucking person on the planet believes in religion. Some just believe their religion is that there is no God. It is purely science. No, the science is the observation. It's just purely a functional mechanical event of chemistry that we exist or something. Or they believe some dude with a long beard sitting in some throne on some cloud said, "Let there be life." Now, how did that dude show up there? Now, those are sort of simplistic view of religion. But there's always a religion. Sorry. Atheism is a religion. The only thing you might argue to me that isn't a religion is agnostic, in that is sort of, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know if you can do that. And I'm not sure as a category that's a definable thing other than that. So, but gold means a lot. It means a lot nowadays. It is a commodity. It is a useful commodity. Okay? You can take something, especially in the days prior to stainless steel, you can take something and plate it in gold, and it'll be more rust resistant, or basically rust resistant, until the plating wears off. So you can make something that will be a bit more rigid and plate it in gold. If you're, and I don't like how much gold. Oh, every president, the Oval Office is not some sanctified, never changing. Every president gets a new carpet that has a new design in it. They do different, not just what paintings they have up in the Oval Office, but they redesign, repaint. Just probably every president before coming in gets a fresh coat of paint anyways. So Trump putting all the gold leaf on it is not being sacrilegious or anything like that. It goes beyond my taste for gold accents to things. He just digs gold colored things. Cool. But it's not my taste. But gold is a useful thing. Decoration is useful. It isn't in and of itself. So you're wrong. I'm sorry. Doesn't mean I don't like you. I just say you're wrong. Okay. Hey, hello, Thomas. Good evening. Another Saturday. Good to have you here. And hello, Turin. Low tier 1 gear sell-off is good. Yeah. Get rid of it can be if you think you have enough other tiers equipment. Germany had to accept the euro because France wanted euro in exchange for German unification. Wonder if Europe would do better with individual currencies. Not sure. I know I should be playing. Okay, the problem with the euro is cost of living varies from country to country. The cost of living in Greece is cheaper than the cost of living in Germany. So if you can do the same work, and whether it's a YouTuber like me, who's a failing YouTuber, I totally admit that. I'm not being successful here, but I am a YouTuber. Or if it's and I'm not talking the AIs of for English press 1, for Spanish press 2, and then calling into the bank. Do you want to make a payment on your credit card? Do you want to order a new credit card? Not just the, simplified answers, but someday, and we're getting better to an actual AI that can actually really interpret, not just understand keywords and yes, no, pay my balance or whatever on the credit card, or whatever like that, but an actual AI. Until you get something like that, you need people to answer the phone. And I don't know how many Indians speak German to answer somebody's, or it could be a computer question or whatever. But if you're just going to be, and with modern setups, you can use something sort of like Discord in that you no longer need to physically sit in the same building that has all the wires that connects everything. You can all be remote working, answering, technical questions. So if you're a Windows 11 specialist working for, Microsoft, answering some call-in, let me need a drink here. Call-in question, because you got to sort of interpret what the question really means. Doing something in Windows, you could be sitting in somewhere in Greece as equally well as sitting somewhere in Germany answering those questions. You no longer need to daily go into any call center, and you can just, and the people of course can monitor the calls coming in to make sure that you're not goofing off too much. You're actually dealing with the calls, so they can be, you don't have to, like, somebody doesn't have to walk up and down the aisle behind making sure everybody's constantly answering the phone. It can all just be computer monitored and see enough and periodically check out the, say, for training purposes, we're, recording this call kind of thing. So you can sit down in Germany, sit down in Greece and answer for German calls. You don't have to be physically located there. So if you can be a digital nomad, I think would be one of the terms for it. You can live wherever you want, and a house down here can be cheaper than a house up here. But forcing these people to pay their pensions in euros, as opposed to the drachma or something like that, is not necessarily a good idea. And so having those that have been around know that I 100%. Oh, yeah, Thomas has got some gold in his mouth and he's loving it. Fillings for your teeth. Another use, functional use for gold, because it is a non-toxic, non-degrading, meaning copper will, I'll use the term, rust. It's not exact. I don't think it's exactly the same process, but it will degrade. Iron, of course, rusts and, turns back into dust. Gold does not. Silver, tarnishes. You don't want to, you have problems with that. Gold is forever in its single state. It can only melt. It doesn't degrade. And so gold has its commodity uses, which we can see the very ugly elements of. People retrieving gold from people that went through certain types of camps that I'm trying not to be demonetized. So I will talk about the Nazis, but I don't need to throw around too many keywords for the, overwatchers. So, yes, gold is a commodity. So, yeah, the EU, understand all my European friends out there. You may want it, you may not want it, either way. But understand, the EU European Union, United States, United and Union mean exactly the same thing. Because sometimes unions are called United Teachers Organization or something. They are functionally the same thing when we were using it in a government format. So the EU means you will be the United States of Europe. And, you know, you won't have your Second Amendment, you won't have your First Amendment, so you won't have freedom of speech. You already don't have any fundamental right to defend yourself. As somebody, a Portuguese guy, saw a video was explaining things in America. The response to being, attacked in Europe is call the ambulance. I'm being attacked. I'll call 911 or whatever your version is over there and go, yeah, send me an ambulance. Somebody's stabbing me. Because the police aren't going to get there in time to stop it. Okay, unless there happens to be a policeman on the other corner. The police aren't going to stop your attack. The response to being physically attacked is call an ambulance to hopefully get there in time to stop you from dying. That is it. Now, the police, if you think you have law enforcement that will actually do something about the person, it depends, of course, on the darkness of their skin, but may decide to arrest the person afterwards. But if anybody's doing you physical harm, the proper response in Europe is to call an ambulance to get you to the hospital. Well, maybe they can do first aid, and then get you to the hospital to try to save you. You do not have the legal right to defend yourself. He's stabbing you. Oh, can I dodge? Can I dodge? Oh, no, he's stabbing me. Okay, call. I can't hit him back because that'd be a crime. Be equal crime to what he's doing to me. So yeah, call an ambulance. Where in America, we have the right to defend ourselves. Oh, he had a baseball bat, but you shot him in the head. Yeah, he had a baseball bat. I felt threatened. Or he didn't have any weapons. Yeah, I felt threatened. I shot him in the head. We can shoot somebody in the head if we feel threatened. In some states, we don't even have to leave the situation. We can go, oh, you're here. I feel threatened. Bang, you're dead. In some states here, oh, you're breaking into my car. Bang, you're dead. And he wasn't hurting anybody. No, he was stealing my car. I shot him. Oh, good. Okay. And some states it's property. You could try the get the fuck out of my car or I'm going to shoot you. You can try that first. You're not required to. You can just shoot him. And so long as you convince the police and or the DA that person was breaking into your car or somebody else's car. Now, if you see somebody with a rock and they smash a window, they might have just locked themselves out of their car and are pissed and are going to break the window and get in and get the keys that are there. So you might shoot the wrong person if it isn't in your car. But if it is not, if it is an actual breaking into somebody else's car and you shoot them dead in Florida, you're fine. As long as you convince the people that he was actually breaking into the car. You can just shoot them dead. It's life or property in some states. Some states it's just life. Some states you have the duty to retreat if you can. Other states you can stand your ground. Some states it's castle and that if it's like inside your home you don't have to retreat. But on the street, just on a random part of the street, you have to retreat if unless you feel like he's going to run after you or something. If you just walk away from the situation. But we have the right to defend ourselves and in some places the right to defend our property even if there is no threat to life. Meaning, if the guy's running away with your property, you can shoot him in the back. If he steals your wallet and you shoot him in the back, well, he wasn't threatening anybody, he was running away. I know, but he had my wallet. Oh, okay. Have a nice day, sir. Here's your wallet back. Go about your business. So, yes, we have that right in it varies, like you can see, state to state, and this is what I'm talking about. We do have different states, and it isn't unconstitutional to say that you have the right to kill somebody over your property, and it isn't unconstitutional to say you have the duty, if you can, to retreat. But we do sort of fundamentally, it's sort of kind of interpreted the Second Amendment, the duty of self-protection, and the Supreme Court has said so. So you have, so long as you can articulate that you felt threatened enough, and it was a reasonable idea. So, like if a little woman is threatened by a large guy, and he's being threatening enough, over, it could be something like, forceful physical contact. Again, I don't want to be demonetized. You felt threatened that enough. Unlike Germany, where if you harm your rapist, I know I just used the word, you might go to prison and the rapist might just get probation because, hey, and have to spend the rest of your life paying for that guy's whatever, so yes, insanity. So it's not going to be like America in the good sense. It's going to be like America in that it's one national government. There is no individual national sovereignty of Greece, of Italy, of Germany. It'll just be the EU that has different flavors in different areas. So, whether you think that's a good idea or bad idea, that's the way inevitably, whether it's slow or fast, that is the way the EU is going to go, people. Understand that. There may be benefits, and I understand why countries like Georgia out here want to be an EU country, because they see it, because they're such a poor country, they see it as being part of the larger economic situation as well as a political one to keep them from being overly dominated by Russia. And even if it does become what I'm saying it will become, it still may be a better deal than just being absorbed back by Russia. So I understand why some of these countries want to join the EU now, but trust me, the EU is a bad idea. It really is. If you wanted Germany, if you wanted France, if you wanted Italy, England's already noped out, and it ain't going back, no matter what Keir Starmer's going to try to do. It ain't going to go back. It might agree to some, over time, whether under Keir Starmer or somebody else, agree to certain treaties with the EU that bring certain elements of the economy in line with EU practices, but it ain't going back in. Anybody who thinks so is deluded. Okay, let's go. I got to get back to playing here, so let me quickly run through this. Jesus still only making Panzer IIs. I do believe we're also making medium tanks here. We got 142, and this is, I sort of consider playing. Let's come here. And my Panzer division has 1 battalion of medium tanks and 3 battalions, and that's 142 or whatever, extra ones, and three of light tanks, which are Panzer IIs, and that's what we're making. That's as far as we go with light tanks in Germany, and we are making medium tanks, or we already have them in our divisions. At this time in 39, some divisions, in 39. Some divisions, I think, look like this, and there's just a handful of them. Some of them might be 50-50. Sort of in 40, and Rommel gets one of the 2, or is it 3, that are the Czech ones that are all the, whether you want to call the 38. The 30, they do, one division I think is 35T. 1 or 2 divisions is 38Ts. Rommel has one of the 38T divisions. Whether you want to call those a medium tank, which they sort of kind of were in 1939, 1940, I would categorize them as medium tanks. If we're talking 42, they're definitely in the light tank environment, but so would be the Panzer III with just, in 42, the Panzer III with a 37 millimeter gun really is sort of a light tank because of the gun. Once you get to the 50 millimeter gun, it's staying medium. And then later, by sort of 42, they've got the short 75s in them as well. And those surplus ones hang around, and eventually they're only using the they're still keeping the Panzer III in production, sort of, in that they're just making them as Stug 3s instead of a tank, but they're keeping the engine, transmission, road running wheels, and basic lower hull form is the Panzer III. It's just different tops and different main gun. So no, I'm not doing just Panzer IIs right now. So in that sense, but as medium tanks. Germany had to accept, yes, we got that. Euro strengthens Germany traded. Oh, yeah, strengthens Germany for sure, folk. Thomas, it's good argument for external trade, but also means EU countries with weak economies really can't compete inside the EU. No, they can't. It's because part of the economic thing is weaker economy down in Greece. So for things that are sort of particularly that can be done local, and the EU destroys certain elements of locality, like in food production, because if you can import without any sort of tariffs cheaper wheat that's grown somewhere else than locally grown wheat. But, so if it's a local economy, locally grown wheat can be just fine for your whatever Greek breads or whatever. So that can be good. And see, if Germans or whoever, Swedes or Americans, are showing up for the tourist beaches down in Greece, I'd love to go to Greece someday. I haven't. I've been, closest I guess was Naples, Napoli. Have I been to Greece? But love to go to Greece someday. If it's a cheap holiday that they can come down to and stay in a local resort or local hotel and go to the local public beaches or whatever for 2-3 days or 2-3 weeks, whatever, and spend Deutschmarks or spend US dollars, that then puts money into the economy for international exchange, that they will be able to buy stuff, junk or computers or whatever, made in China, or stuff, the richer people, not the poorer ones, not like the real rich, but, the richer people can buy a Mercedes from Germany, Deutschmark. So, that can flow your economy better. I think it would be better as opposed to having a united currency. Yeah, okay. Do those divisions also have artillery attached to them, or is it not worth it in the game? Oh, artillery is very worth it in the game. I know this isn't exactly playing. Okay. These are your frontline units here, as defined by this game. This is your support units. You can have up to 5 support units. I have a reconnaissance motorized, little wheels under the binoculars. The engineers, the sort of elongated E, or sideways E, is engineers. The dot in the center is artillery. I just grew up using these, so I read these naturally. This to me is a language that I naturally read. They do have the, infantrymen and tank symbols. If you don't like we call them NATO. They go back at least to World War I. This side, Germany uses an entirely different system. I've definitely at times have sort of kind of known it, but I don't read it naturally. I read this as if it was like the word spelled out. So this is a symbol language that I just understand. So the dot is artillery, and the lightning bolt through it is signals. These really here don't change. They don't slow you down if they are set up. So, and these are motorized infantry, the 2 little dots, representing wheels. Sometimes they would be drawn, the wheels would just be outside of the square, but either way, however you draw it. So those are motorized infantry. My artillery here, and maybe I should do this actually now, I'll see about, we only have 9, don't have enough points here, we'll do it soon. These units here, has non-motorized reconnaissance, but these are would be considered cavalry, but these don't slow you down. So here I got engineers, artillery, reconnaissance, and anti-tank. So all of my infantry divisions have some anti-tank, and then a triangle. This is what is called a triangle division. The idea, generally speaking, is you have 2 brigades or regiments, however you want to label them, that'll be in combat, and a 3rd one in reserve at any one time, normally. And then if there's like an emergency, either a good emergency or bad emergency, you throw in the 3rd brigade. A bad emergency is like there's been a breakthrough and you're rushing the brigade to stop. and to stop the breakthrough, or, oh, you've made a breakthrough and you want to rush through the breakthrough, the reserve brigade. But generally speaking, most of the time, one of these two units will get more casualties, or even if they're equally casualty, equally tired, you'll just rotate one of these battalion or one of the. Now, sometimes you might just do it battalion by battalion, but mostly you would try to remove the brigade out and put in this other brigade to then get this brigade rested, and that would be the resting brigade, and then it would replace this one. So you're working through. So most of the time you don't have all of this on the front line for a division. You have two of them, and it's only emergency. Sometimes some countries like Italy tries to go down to a binary. Japan runs a square, which would have 4 of these. So a square is 4 brigades, a binary is 2, and triangle is 3. And generally speaking, they want to try to have three of these, because these are doing the same thing. Normally you would have 2 of these battalions on the front line of this operation and 1 battalion not in it. Same reasons to either emergency, good or bad, to throw in the extra battalion at any one time. That's the idea of a triangle, and that's why the brigade. And then you keep working the triangle down to platoons, and platoons are in triangles of 3 frontline squad sections, however you want to call it, with a support section. Now that's sort of like your heavy machine guns or whatever, doing that. So that's how we are. Right now we have binary, and I want to increase this. We have binary mountain brigades. I'd love to turn them into divisions, but I just don't have enough of this. I think they're a little stingy in the way that the Army and all these other experiences use for so many other things that I get the idea. In a podcat, Dan or Don, however you want to pronounce it, Lynn, had been the main, or Johan was overseeing the project, but it really was Dan's really sort of running this. He didn't like the idea of like, oh, I want to just change one infantry division here, just one division at a time. He looked correctly on that armies don't constantly min-max these individual formations. They normally keep it, and they normally only change these over time. And of course he said, and I mean like this in posted group chats, not just literally to me alone, but I was part of the thing, that yeah, you can easily create a mod or something that could have, throw in individual and also untrainable individual units that could represent some SS unit or some other specialty unit that will just exist. You can't train any more of them. So if it gets destroyed, it's gone. But so long as it's persistent, it can be there, and it can even be uneditable, meaning you can disband it, but it's always just going to be like a 1 battalion ranger unit or something. If you wanted to create that, that's fine. But he saw this as for the greater scale, needing that. And that probably produces enough for this. But now that you've added all of these and added, well, not so much that. Oh, where is it to click to see it? Is it here? Yeah, these doctrines, and to change that and promote generals and, well, just down here, to create new or to promote these guys here, takes so much. So yeah, it's a system that needs to be expanded to cover all of the, this army experience things here, as well as command power needs to be expanded, what they're trying to have it do. So artillery is very good. Hello, IKB, my friend. Good to have you here. Always good to have you here. I can read only like 50% of military symbols naturally. Thanks for explaining. No problem, Thomas. I think it's a skill worthwhile to have. Because, yeah, horses for cavalry and tanks for tanks, armored divisions, and men, even on the unit symbol standing around as opposed to just the big giant man on the map. Men or something, or an art, a rifle or something, yeah, this is the adult way to do it. So if you're just gonna, and look, there's nothing wrong with being a filthy casual. I know I added the word there, but there's nothing wrong with it. If you just casually play something that would be considered a war game now, that you can just play it on the computer, and especially if it's, even if it's Hearts of Iron, but especially if it's something like a Axis and Allies computer game, or something other, with 3D models like Headquarters World War II or Headquarters Cold War II games published by Slytherin. Great, you're a casual war game player. I'd love to have you on board as being a war games player. But if you're really going to be either in the military ever in your life, or if you are really going to be a war gamer, you should learn how to read them, and read them naturally. And even when somebody throws in a new symbol because I'm not sure when and how the sort of adding that to Rangers, mountains with the little sort of peak triangle inside that is, mountain infantry, or however you want to do it. The little parachute symbol is parachute infantry. You sort of, if you were to say put an oval around it like this, that would be parachutable tanks. They had the M22. The Americans made some. Only the British ended up using them. So if you have a parachute type armored unit, airborne armored unit, you would put a parachute inside. So you can mix and match the symbols. Something like, I don't know what that's supposed to represent, but it's different, and I can quickly go, okay, and learn that is a Rangers unit. Okay, single slash across is cavalry. And so when somebody throws in something new, I can click here. You got like MP, because I don't know that there is a other sort of symbol, so they put that in. The triangle going across is anti-aircraft, going down is anti-tank, and that means it's artillery. So anti-tank artillery, anti-tank gun. So some of these are a bit creative that you may run into, but it's not that hard of a system. Okay. I know we need to select national focus. I was hoping to start playing faster, but everybody's distracting me. Hope it's interesting. Yeah, few people left, I think. Okay, so we're going to do Danziger War. It's going to be slightly less than 70 days because a little bit of it was already done. We've just got done with the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, though it was like 2 weeks later, not 70 days between them, so that is wrong. I am getting a little inspired. I've been sort of putting it off. I've got to move. I own the place where I'm going to move to. I own the place where I'm currently living. I just want to rent out the place that I'm currently living, and I need to finish and most of it's going to be done by, or at least the big stuff's going to be done by contractors. Meaning the floor got ripped up in half the place. That still hasn't got the flooring material. I just got to get somebody to put it in. And painting and some other stuff. And the kitchen redone, massively redone. And I got to get that done. And then I should be very able to lollygag, which I'm lollygagging now and not doing what I need to do. So I've got to do that. Once I get that done, I am sort of getting inspired with all this stuff to maybe see about modding. I don't know if I want to pick a mod like Black Ice that I agree with enough and mod onto it, on top of it, or just mod, because it marries you to whatever they do. And we're at November. It's good enough. Okay, and this is our best option, I believe, because it's some of these things that are inspiring me to want to get back into modding. And it won't be a total mod. It'll be sort of like, it'll be Third Reich events in essence, but it will maybe more tailorized some of the companies, through events and decisions, that kind of thing. More tailorized national focus tree I don't like, obviously this is 70 days. I don't like that so many of these others are 35 days, 35 days. I did do a focus tree before the game was released. Obviously it won't work on anything but a either pre-release or early release. And I did actually save a few early things over on some drives that I have to dig out of the game and just don't let it update it that I might work on. But my focus tree, sometimes it was just like 5 days, but it would require certain things, either year dates or certain things to be done before them. It was just, and this was explained to me. I didn't like this at first. I still have mixed feelings on this. It's no longer dislike. It was explained to me that too many players using events and decisions, which they almost had gotten rid of, and now they've basically fully brought back from Hearts of Iron 3. Too many players didn't know the consequences or preconditions needed to achieve an effect, like to get to Danziger War, say. That if there was an event or a decision that they needed to do that may be persistently stay here without being timed out, unless it becomes superfluous, bypassed in some way, that they wouldn't know that they need to do this to be able to get to here, kind of thing. So as a roadmap, how to go. Okay, so if players need the roadmap, and if your events and decisions aren't clear enough to get whatever it might be, okay, roadmap's fine. I really love this mechanic. I don't know that having both of these guys at the same time, and in theory you could have also done Göring, which might have been a better thing than doing Hess. But this could be edited into a full cabinet, sort of like all of these. Well, no, not full cabinet, but only like one economics minister. But we do sort of kind of have that because we do also have military staff, which is sort of your Air Force minister. And, if you wanted to, so in some way they sort of brought it back because you also have these guys here. So I don't know really if you should have these three guys here. And I don't know, I haven't, and have these guys here, and as opposed to just having, like 6 slots, and move these somewhere else. Have 6 slots, and then economics minister. Which one do you want? Who do you want? You can pick one. You can pick Schacht. You can pick Göring, which really instead of Funk, it should be Göring. Funk is a flunky of Göring. So Göring or Schacht or Speer or some other options. But going, hey, Jamnuska, how's it going? Pretty good. Starting to actually play the game. And not just me chattering for however long. MIFO bills will be done. We're not getting Italy in. Now, what we might see about doing, I don't know. One of my playthrough tests for this playthrough is how well does it play if you don't form the Rome-Berlin axis. That's where you get the term axis from. We are not allying with Italy. So far, I've played far enough, including in this setup with these current settings. I just went to an earlier save. Italy, has gotten this, and eventually it goes in for Greece without coming into the war with France and England. So we'll see how this playthrough goes without bringing the Mediterranean into the war. The end of the League of Nations. Finland rejects. Well, they're already sort of at done. Okay, we got the fuel silo, which means we have 74 days to fill it up because we're not using that much fuel in government units. And we're also doing another synthetic plant, which will get us both rubber and oil. Yeah, let's... do some more military factory setup. Did see here. Okay. Heavy on the armor. He has motorized. Okay, he does because of Spain. He has this one advanced elite infantry division, but we'll get him 2 motorized infantry divisions up here and put them on rails. And I think he, yeah, to here. So von Manstein will have extra. Okay, that's Rommel. Let's take a quick look at Rommel here. Okay, he is a trickster with guerrilla fighter. Look, I get the idea of... I'm not saying trickster is a wrong idea, or guerrilla fighter. Makeshift bridges? Would that be good for Rommel? Entrenchment speed. I don't know. I would go with improvisation expert, but trickster is not wrong for Rommel's military personality. But why isn't he an infantry leader? You know, I don't think, and you can blow the whistle on me if you want, I don't think they'll care. I really don't talk too much about it. Oh, wait. Yeah, here. I let them know that this is wrong in the beta, but they never got time with artists or to use this, and it's gone on. This is supposed to, he wears brown. Fritz Todt is in the SA. The SA. He is not in the SS. I don't know why you have... I have to look. I don't think... Did Rudolf Hess ever accept an SS commission? I don't think so. I don't think so. And what are you talking about? The rank badges. Now, the one photo that they took this from, the uniform is very dark, but it is brown. And I know that from history. He was never in the SS. He never had a black or field gray uniform. It would be brown. That's why Organization Todt wears SA uniform colors. And that's why Speer, once he becomes Minister of Armaments, he also adopts the Organization Todt uniform, and it's brown. So they never corrected that. And I know that's a piddling little thing. And it truly is. It truly is. And I'm not complaining about that. But what I'm complaining about is this. No, this here. You notice that Rommel, and this is another piddling little thing here. Rommel, you see his shirt collar. You don't see this on any of the other uniforms here. Okay. Why? Is Rommel just such a rebel? Rebel, he's just such a rebel? No. I could be wrong, but I bet, if you look at any photo of Rommel, if he's wearing the Feldgrau uniform, he has his collar properly buttoned up. Yes, all these guys have shirts underneath their collars. They're all properly buttoned up. I know, again, this we'll get to the real problem in just a moment. This is when he's in his tropical or North Africa sort of tropical uniform. that's an open collar uniform because it's fucking hot in the deserts, or if they were to ever have gone down again, because it's sort of kind of based from the idea of if they were ever to go down to Tanganyika or something. Their tropical tan uniform was an open collar uniform, so he wore his blue max and eventually his Knight's Cross and other things, choker style, on his shirt. When he's in his field gray uniform, the collar is buttoned, and it's like this is what's Kleist von Kleist here, or Guderian. He'll wear all those medals with the button collar. Nor often, and you would see added. Now he would not. They didn't do a tropical officer's cap of like this, so it would be this sort of field gray green kind of thing with the the sand goggles. They're not like airplane goggles that fit tight, but sort of sand goggles that he wore up there. Yeah, he's as sort of his trademark look. But okay, this is a simple thing. Infantry leader. Why isn't he an infantry leader? I'm serious. Why isn't he an infantry leader? Let's see. He writes a book. Well, what's it called? Oh, Infantry Attacks. I've read it at least 3 times. I used to keep it in my car before the days of easy audiobooks and a little player. So whenever I was sitting waiting somewhere, I just open the book and reread it. So at least twice I've read. Twice additionally to the original time I've read through Infantry Attacks. And it's a great book. And it promotes Rommel, but it's also really talking about infantry combat that really works for World War II or even modern. The only thing now it might not really work well enough in would be with drone warfare, because that's a new revolution in warfare. Not that it's completely out of date, but that's maybe changing some of your tactics enough with drones that it sort of may invalidate something. Though I would still, there's still reason to read, old, pre-guns tactics and strategy. Just you got to interpret it more. But infantry attacks. So I would say he would be an infantry leader. Whether you want to give him infantry expert or something, and especially if you look at infantry divisions versus, because he was only like what did he get up to, a battalion commander or something at I think it was just battalion at the end of the war. But yeah, he knows infantries well enough. And why doesn't he have a mountaineer? And see, the others are just piddly, uniform being wrong in a graphics bullshit. I know that's bullshit. Trust me, I do. It's not like it ruins the game, even for me. But why doesn't Rommel have mountaineer? Let's see. Oh, what was he was in like the Bavarian Mountain Regiment. Yeah. After, doing the sort of Schlieffenplan stuff, his next major assignment was, fighting in the mountains against the Romanians. Because the Germans sent, because it's Austria, but Germans sent down some German mountain units, including Rommel's. I mean, he wasn't in charge of it. He was just in the unit. A mountain officer and fighting in the mountains. And he earns his Pour le Mérite for taking the summit, because he's later sent to go fight the Italians. They had a little bit more territory, down into here. Maybe it's more over here. I think it was more over here, Capetto or one of these things, for actually conquering the summit. And he had this one guy actually got it before him that sort of claimed that he had won, and it was sort of offered as he who gets to the top gets the not the person, but the unit commander, and he actually gets there first, but the other guy sort of got credit in some report and got it, and then he had to fight to get his. But his Pour le Mérite, his Blue Max, was earned in the mountains. So why the hell doesn't Rommel have mountaineer. And in 1939, which he has armored genius, okay, he has never been in an armored unit. Rommel never goes through armor school in Germany. He never, ever does that. Do you guys know? I'm going to tell you, even if you know, how he gets to be commanding an armored division. He is, because of his fame, he is put in charge of the armies right around this time, into early 1940, but right around this time. He is put in charge of the Army Protection Unit for Adolf Hitler. There's, of course, also an SS protection, the Leibstandarte protection unit that becomes eventually the division, etc., etc. If you're a German World War II nerd, you've probably heard of that division. But there's also an army detachment that's sort of also constantly going around. So Rommel spends a lot of time talking to Hitler. I mean, literally, riding on the train and just chatting with Hitler, talking about World War I and the upcoming wars and his concepts, and basically, give me a panzer division, give me a panzer division, give me a panzer division. So Hitler gives him, at some point, he's transferred from in charge of his bodyguard to, what is it, the 7th Panzer Division or something? He's transferred in charge into that. So he bypasses, and it's sort of von Kleist is sort of in charge of the panzers. Guderian is the one Guderian and his staff are the ones that are developing armored panzer warfare, which is early combined warfare in reality, is developing that. Rommel does not go through the schools to get, now you may be reading, and they actually do publish books. There is a Panzer, or starts out as motorized, and it turns into sort of Panzer school. And it's actually sort of has a pink cover on it. Publication that it's either monthly or bi-monthly or quarterly that's talking about this. That's a published book, or a published magazine, I should say. He's probably reading that. I'm not saying he isn't. He's like completely ignorant, but he does not. Now, maybe an armored genius, yes, but he is not that. So he should be an infantry leader. He should be a mountaineer. Maybe trickster too. That isn't wrong. But that's what he should have at start. And this is some of the things that prompt me to mod, even just on a basic level, not structurally changing the game. And this isn't something that you got to dig to find out. You should just know. Or when you Google, Wikipedia, Google, Rommel, mountain division, mountain this. Yeah, he should have these traits. He should really have these traits. Okay, let's see. Let me catch up with the chat. Yeah, Jim Newsko, he said hi to him. Okay, hello. Trilton Gaming, how you doing? Rommel is the special type of asshole. Well, I don't get that in his personality. Maybe he was. I don't know. I don't know where you're getting that. He's definitely wants his accolades. That's for sure. Now, he doesn't, when he campaigns to get his Blue Max, the other guy who's given it doesn't lose his Blue Max. The other guy, because the other guy does sort of come up from the other side of the mountain, but just shortly after. It's the same day, maybe a few hours later. I don't remember. But it was sort of like his report got to higher headquarters first. Not necessarily it was reported down the mountain sooner, but this other guy's report, which very well maybe this other guy was making sure his report got in quickly, that he made it to the top of this mountain. But within the general staff, or whatever, the staff dealing with this, because this is obviously an Austrian front, but there were some German divisions fighting there. The overall staff and whatever general or something offered, dangled it in front of the commanders. It wasn't like, oh, hey, you did this thing, so then we'll give you the Blue Max. No, it was, hey, who gets his battalion up to that top of that mountain first? We'll give you a Blue Max for it as motivation for the leaders. And, it was sort of a dangled reward. And the other guy did fight his way up. It wasn't like he just came along in Rommel's wake. No, it was from a different direction, but got there slightly later. And maybe it was just as equally good of a combat feat of fighting their way up the mountain because it was through a slightly different path. Somewhat unsupported path, but coming up a different path, getting up there. And the other guy never wrote a book. I'm sure he wrote some reports, but so I don't know the details of his fight up there. So I'm not saying the other guy didn't deserve the blue max for his fighting from his other path to fully secure the mountain, and didn't do some tremendously brave thing or things. Because the blue max is both for sort of bravery, but also skilled leadership. Because some of the generals and whatnot that earn a blue max were never in physical danger. It isn't like like in America, the Congressional Medal of Honor is really purely for personal bravery. You don't give, at least as far as I know, you don't give Congressional Medal of Honor to Patton or Eisenhower. It's not a reward for saving your nation in that sense, overall commanding. It's Audie Murphy, who did get the Congressional Medal of Honor, who did personal bravery stuff, sitting on top of a knocked out American tank, using the coaxial, or not coaxial, but the 50 caliber mounted on it, that the tank is basically knocked out and sort of burning, and he's machine gunning alone, machine gunning the Germans that are approaching the unit, and holding them down, and all that kind of personal bravery stuff. And he also gets a French medal and a British medal and whatever else, because Audie Murphy, who then later becomes a movie star, but earns his Congressional Medal of Honor through personal bravery, not through command genius, if you will. So, and I'm not saying the people who earn the blue max, some might be a political, like, hey, we're just going to give it to you, but some of it can be for significant command achievement, a major offensive won or whatever in World War I or something. So the pour le mérite, it's using the French word, but it's a Prussian award, and it is often called the Blue Max. And so it's supposed to be either for personal bravery and or a significant, important achievement, in command. Different medals have different sort of things. So I don't know. Okay, let's see. Hello, DTim50. How you doing? You're missing out on up to 40% attack with. I know. I'm missing out. I've known that because if you don't know, hi, I'm Gamer1745. I was in the original beta testers for Hearts of Iron before it was released. I'm relearning all of basically everything that was done in 2025, maybe even in 2024, and into 2026, DLC changes. But I go back to before most people ever got to play the game, playing the game for, a few hundred hours before it was released. I like to personally command the units because it goes back to, tabletop wargaming. I like to do that. And I realize this AI, the combat AI sucks. So if I were to get both the planning bonuses and even ignoring the plans, start the thing, go turn the planning bonuses off, or the AI plans off and manually do it, I feel that it's not cheating, not at all, but the AI, look at this. Oh my God. They've spammed it out all on the border. Huh? This is stupid. Why are you defending that and defending that? Why don't you just fall back to here and here? And that way, because if you're having to protect this province, its hills, from attack from here, So if you were to fall back him to here, that'd give 2 units here. This guy can fall back into this urban center and could hold there better. And maybe this guy here, this cavalry division. Why do we have a cavalry division when we have an open plains here that cavalry might not be great against German armor, but at least we would fully defend the front line? And you could argue, if you split these units to like 1 battalion each, it's too few, so concentration of force. I get that. But why do you have a cavalry division sitting inside of an urban area? And I could go into dig into the mechanics of this brigade versus an infantry brigade, but this infantry brigade should probably be better defending the urban combat. But maybe you just give this up. I know it's sort of maybe a victory point here or something, but this down here. But if you're holding the front line smartly and you got to sort of hold along here, yeah, this would be better. This would be better because you can, again, move. If you're moving these 2 guys, one can fall back to here. And this, if you had an infantry division, fall back to here. Okay, now here, actually, this is actually sort of smart. We do have a mountaineer in a mountain province. Is that our only Polish mountain unit? Maybe. So maybe the AI actually did put in, okay, now here, okay, so we have another mountaineer in a mountain division. But I've definitely seen mountaineers sitting in like plains provinces while infantry are sitting in mountains. Maybe it's getting better with some of the things. Why is this guy here? I mean, we don't have anybody holding Danzig, which is actually sort of smart. And historically, they actually didn't hold Danzig, just the post office, but that was just like a company or whatever. Yeah, why doesn't he fall back to like here? This has a bunker. I mean, this may also have a bunker too, but this has a bunker. What's the purpose of holding that province? Fall him back to here. Now, maybe fall him back to here and fall back to here. So even if you're going to hold the front line, okay, and that sort of kind of was Poland's, maybe not so much the front line, so why? Now, of course, if you were smart, you would sort of hold this. Use the river here from whatever possible Soviets push, and create, a fortress here. If you want to, throw in a fortress here, I don't know if you want to. Danzig is just too undefendable from pushing from both sides. That's just a death trap. But if you want to kind of maybe create a couple of other fortress provinces that, in theory, could defend themselves, but really sort of create a defensive bubble. So if I was a human and playing Poland, it'll look something sort of like this, with the understanding that if the game isn't 100% broken, especially knowing that, the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact is signed and you're going to get the Soviets coming on this side too eventually, all you're trying to do is to hold out. Radom is one of your major arms industries. And I would, prior to 1939, I would make sure all of my arms industries are sort of in this zone here. And, pick them up and move them if they're, somewhere else. Maybe hold Kharkov down here. But just sort of hold this kind of thing. Store up all your munition stores in here. Have whatever manufacturer you're going to have. I know it'll eventually, because we can, how much iron, steel, or rubber, or whatever it might be able to make. It doesn't have any in that province. But so eventually you're not, without either the Soviets actually coming to help you or Romania somehow coming to help you, you're only just going to hold out until the French can do something. You're never going to win. So you fight to make it as costly as possible. And since that's my AI opponent, this thing here is, I go, let's give some sort of challenge, some sort of equalization, and not use the battle planning bonus. So, D-Tim, that's sort of my look on it. At least it's your job. You only have to do it once. I'm not a. Oh, you're talking about Arno. Okay, that's why I hire a gardener. 0 effort for me, but it gets the job done. Yes. Blue Max, George Papard. Yes, the movie. It's been a long time since I've seen that, and I sort of kind of forgot about it until I have seen it. Um, von Rundstedt is underrepresented in the vanilla game, trait wise for the most part. Field marshal and generals feel like arbitrary XP hogs and have no real personality to them. Yes, hello Elizabeth, good to have you here. Oh, you're absolutely right. I'm just using Rommel as a glaring example that they're not getting things, but it's also something that isn't hard to look up, and it's also something that at this stage in the game, how many years it's been out, 7 years or something, that they haven't, somebody in Paradox, and just so that you know, Paradox has artists. HOI IV, to my knowledge, and it normally no longer has an artist assigned to it. Okay. And they need to get time with an artist. And maybe they do have a permanent artist now. For a while during, actual game development, they did have a permanent artist, signed, in that he's sitting there, the boss, we're talking 2D artist or whatever. Somebody may do dual things. What do you want me to do today, boss? And they're going to do whatever. And now these kind of things could probably be made, this stuff for AI could probably be used as use this photo. And you can find color photos of these guys. Use good color photos and then just make a stylized in this style art kind of thing. And they may be doing that because he's sort of newish here, at least to me. Carl Eisler. This may be an AI generated image. This is Rommel is before they were using AI, just because it didn't exist at the time in a way to do this well. But is to get an artist in, so artist time budget, if you will, for DLCs. So I get why they might not get time, and they may have more important things to do than make some corrections that some of us World War II nerds, because all these guys all have gold eagles and gold braids. Most were not gold. If you look at the actual color photos, and they exist, a lot of these guys do have a few period color photos. Most of those eagles are in silver. Some were all this gold, but most weren't. Von Rundstedt here, those are colonels color thing, because he was a colonel of a particular regiment going way back. And it's sort of an honorary title, sort of like Princess Margaret is colonel of the Life Hussars or something in England right now, or whatever it is. It's sort of an honorary title of a colonel of a prestigious German regiment. That's not field marshal, because it's sort of an extended general's sort of thing, is field marshal. But he's a colonel of a regiment, so he wears those. It's within regulations. It's sort of like the open collar for the tropical uniform is within regulations. But so you can find, maybe depending on what, you can find these actual colors to actually do it. And I think it is partially the reason they do this is to have all of these, and if you click on other nations, to have their leaders to all have similar looks, to all have all this. To look, that's why instead of using actual photos, they went to this stylized art, to have all the nations to have a similar stylized art to their portraits. And so they might not have worthy enough time to make all this correct. But goddamn, they could have easily put out in their forums, let's improve our generals for the upcoming German Götterdämmerung DLC. Please crowdsource, agree, and then present to us the best crowdsource agreement to traits, starting traits for all officers. And then all it would have taken is one person, and you do it for other nations, not just Germany. Now, you don't have to do it for freaking Brazil and Argentina if you don't, but all of the, nations that go out and fight in World War II, and I'm including things like Romania and Belgium and the Netherlands and wherever. Is there a jungle warfare expert for the Netherlands somewhere? Because, hey, they've got lots of jungle out here, and do all of that. Crowdsource it so they don't have to spend, and there's enough volunteers that would do this, and then have some sort of formal or informal committee that would argue it out, because so you don't get your favorite Dutch general that you want to make the super guy because you just want him to. I'm not saying some dude isn't a good general, but maybe he isn't the next Alexander the Great or something. But do some of the traits and make it better. But it's just the lack of caring that sort of gets me. That and Rommel obviously is the so easy to notice case of this, that they could easily get better starting traits. And if you wanted to go detail, you could go in and progress towards a trait that you get. You could give some guys progress. So you could even start out Rommel with no armor, whatever, and give him progress to things. Okay, IKB, I have been to what was then Danzig. The whole area is very flat. Oh, yes. Oh, terrain, yes. And I don't even know how forested it is. No, this is not a good idea to defend from Germany. It is not. You're not going to be able to hold this is the naval port. This was a demilitarized zone. This is actually the free city of Danzig. This should have, right there, free city of Danzig. It does have this. So they've gone in and did this. And there really was no Polish army here, which is sort of kind of historically accurate. There was a few, a company or so that held out in the post office. This was set up to be the naval port out at Gdynia. And the two ports still exist today. And this port is inside of Russian territory there. So, yeah, having a smart defensive line wherever you're going to defend, even if you decide to ignore the Soviet threat and horseshoe it around, smartly, and then come down if you're worried, even if this territory was, Hungarian and or Slovakian or something, and they've never been able to get away. The AI can never think that maybe it would be better to get the goddamn cavalry out of the forest, put in the infantry, and then instead of defending the forest, it would be better to defend the urban area. Their AI cannot even do that, IKB. So that's why I don't use planning bonuses, because it just becomes too easy. Okay, and Elizabeth, for 3, they put a lot of effort into finding photos from books and mementos and easily could have been used as reference material, but I guess Chile and Paraguay focus trees are more important. Abso-freaking-lutely. I totally agree with that. I would continue to use, and you could even, obviously you can grayscale out a color photo. I don't have a single problem with everything being equal to have these black and white photos. Maybe modern audiences, and I don't necessarily mean that could sort of mean that, but don't necessarily sort of mean that modern audiences as in woke, DEI, let's make Helen of Troy black so black people want to show up and see the Odyssey. I think if black people really want to see the Odyssey, they don't care that it's all white cast. Okay? if Asian people want to see the Odyssey, I don't think any of them, whether Asian Americans or Chinese freaking people, want to have a Chinese person inappropriately put in the Odyssey. I don't think they do. If they want to, now maybe they don't want to see the Odyssey at all because it's some Greek thing and whatever. But if they're into that kind of thing, that kind of movie, I think they would be happy that everybody sort of kind of, and some Greeks, especially before the Turks took over, and I'm just talking genetic mixes here, not as somebody better or worse than somebody else. Greeks get darker because the Turks take over. Genetics influence does happen there. There were, and I think to a degree still some are, very fair, light colored, whether they technically go to what we in modern day think of blondes, either really blondes, and a lot of them of course are bottled blondes, hair dye blondes. But Helen of Troy or somebody, I believe she's described as being fair, as in light colored, so blonde hair isn't 100% inappropriate. You don't have to have modern day dark olive skinned, black hair, black eyes to be Greeks or something. So if you're throwing in like a German actress or a Scandinavian actress or something, that isn't 100% wrong. Now, if you want to do whiteface, meaning taking a black person and making them look like a Greek person so that you can't tell that they're black, that's fine. I'm not saying you can't, it's like voice actors. If if they sound right for the part, for the voice actor, I don't care what they look like. But obviously in front of the cameras, I do care what they look like. I want most of my people that I watch on television to be attractive. And if you're going to be not attractive, you got to sort of be like Ernest Borgnine and sort of be sort of funny and kitschy and do it. I did live in Britain for a while, but I really couldn't. It always shocked me how many ugly people. And this is back in the 90s, before the woke era. How many ugly people they let on British television. And I don't mean a man in the street interview. I mean cast roles in things. And they're not all particularly funny. They may be good actors or actresses, but how many ugly ones? I was just, and I mean ugly. I don't mean like don't want to look at ugly. I mean just like everyday common things. I want to look at attractive people. They don't all need to be supermodel women, but they should at least be pleasant looking women. And some are older, but get older, pleasant looking women. Britain allowed all these people on television. I don't get it, but that's the British. So I'm not talking about that modern audience. I'm talking about the modern audience that might not be able to do NATO symbols, might not be able to need to do big men instead of, because this is how it started out without this little thing, this little counter down here. This was us demanding it, that they finally gave into that. It was originally just to be the big men or tanks, sort of the modern audience that needs a 3D map instead of just a nice map that, graphically you could do, nice graphic mountains instead of, just the mountain symbols or something. Yeah, I'm not saying you don't want to pretty it up, but this mountain does not help me. A nice forest, a nice, could be flat. I'm talking about a flat map, but looks like a nice mountains. Yeah, that's all fine. If you turn this in, I would prefer this as a 2D map, everybody. I don't like this. I mean, I don't hate it, but it doesn't improve anything for me. But if modern gaming audiences wants a 3D map, wants a big tall guy standing here that mimics human movement badly, wants a tank to be sitting here or a truck to be sitting here, and wants the little 3D rendering of an airport to be here that sort of magically comes off the ground here or is half buried. Now, half buried bunkers sort of kind of work, but half buried factories here. I don't need any of that. And it actually, it doesn't even improve. It can be a nice graphical 2D, it doesn't have to be like one of these type of symbols on the map. I mean, that'd be fine with me. But it could be sort of a nice, realistic 2D building there, that would be just fine. But if modern audiences demand all this color, maybe they're right. Maybe it's just I'm old. And I don't mean as in creaky old and hardly move. I mean as in because I'm used to other things that this is unnecessary and doesn't improve anything. I don't have that answer. But yeah, but like I say, by this point, by the putting out Götterdämmerung and some of these other things, you should be able to get for the Soviet Union, for France, for Britain, even for countries like Poland that are only briefly in the fight. You should be able to crowdsource a good list of traits and or skill levels, as well as just using all your research from Hearts of Iron 3 to do that would definitely be good enough. Panzer General game series already had tank and plane icons instead of military symbols. It's almost a tradition by now. Yeah, I know, but... And you're right about that, it does. And here's the thing, and it's very appropriate. Panzer General and Panzer... Oh, well, okay. Oh, okay. Well, now, at first, I sort of thought you were talking about the old Panzer Leader and Panzer General hex game board game before they even did any computer games, that old Panzer Leader. But if you're talking about Panzer General, yes, I played Panzer General. I love it. And again, as a contract employee, I work for Slytherin, which does the continuation. And I blank on proper nouns. What's their is it? No, it's not Panzer General. It's Panzer Commander or whatever the game is. Boy, I have it here. Let me go look. Click off of here. Let me come over here and minimize this screen. I just want to, and I play it for them once in a while. And I think I'm scheduled maybe this month or next month or something to play it again. Where is it? Gotta look through all my games on one of my side screens over here. Oh, Panzer Corps. That's right. Yes, Panzer Corps. Thanks, Thomas. Yes, and I play a lot of Panzer Corps. Okay, the difference with that, and it's not just reading the symbols. If you were to it is a tactical game. This is a strategic game. That is where the difference is. I've played a lot of miniature war games in which you have little lead, and I know they use some other metals now, but I still have a bunch of lead ones. Little lead tanks that you move around a literal 3D map on your table. Okay, micro armor, world HO style armor. 3D plastic or lead things that you move around that they have trees and all this kind of stuff actually on the. And I used to play these. I have still a bunch of them. I just don't play them. It's hard to find opponents. And computer games are just so much easier. And they're fun. It's more fun to sit around with friends and play on the tabletop. Trust me, it is. But now Panzer Corps and Panzer General, those are tactical games. They don't represent a tank, but they represent, and it varies because the map scale varies, and either for Panzer General a little bit more, Panzer Corps a lot less. They don't have a scale set. Because sometimes you're fighting the Battle of Moscow, sometimes you're fighting the northern half of the invasion of Poland. So I don't know whether that's representing a battalion, a company, or a platoon. But if you decide that it's representing a platoon, you're representing a platoon of Panzer IIs or representing a platoon of Panzer IIIs. And so in that scale, even when you're talking about a platoon, that scale, I'm very cool with the idea of a 3D model. But once you jump to basically divisions and specialized, like sort of brigades or battalions that are independent, but basically divisions on the map, to me, these big giant men are actually detracting, actually make me like it less than counters and symbols. So it depends on the scale of the game that I'm playing, because just having an infantry platoon marked out on the map, and then sort of a infantry platoon with a uh, heavy line like on the side here or something like that for heavy, support weapons or something. Yeah, if we're doing modern day maps, and I'm whether even on a digital map board or on a piece of a paper map, and I'm drawing my symbols out and then drawing arrows or defense lines or whatever quickly in the field instead of trying to accurately draw an M16 rifle or something like that. Yeah, that is better to tactically do it. But if we're talking about whether it's cardboard counters or digital things or figures on a table, it's better to have it quickly reads that, oh, this is a Panzer II, this is a Panzer III, this is a BT-7 Soviet tank or unit, or a T-34 tank unit. That reads better because of all those reasons. So having the 3D image at that scale makes sense, because most divisions, most of the time in this war, you're going to have a mix. And it could be here even, could be here. Could be, because they were still running a lot of Panzer Is, but we just have overbuilt Panzers. We have almost 4,000 Panzers unused, which was entirely untrue at this period. So another sort of problem with this game. And so, here this will add a lot of, those are the Czech tanks, and 649 here Panzer Is. Now in reality, these would all, well, the Czech tanks in 39 might not actually be integrated into the system yet, but this would include Panzer Is and Panzer IIs. So the real idea with this division here is that you're going to have a mix of tanks. So it makes sense to use the symbol as opposed to using a Panzer III symbol, because what symbol do you use? There's more Panzer IIs than there's Panzer IIIs, but maybe the fewer Panzer IIIs are more impactful to the combat. Effective, So which tank, if I'm looking at unit kind of thing, okay, Panzer Corps II is not so much my cup of tea. Yeah, I love the game. I've talked to I work for the publishers, not so much the developers on that particular game. Some of the games I sort of kind of know the developers, and we've chatted online, but off stream and whatnot, including voice chatted a few times with some of them. So I just vaguely, obviously you can tell, know them. They're not, I might be good friends if I lived on the same continent or something, but I wouldn't call them good friends. But people that I know, some of the devs on some of the Slitherine and Matrix games, I actually sort of kind of know. Others I just send feedback through, and they've sort of maybe been in the chat a little bit with some of them. But one of my major complaints with Panzer Corps, particularly Panzer Corps II, is a lack of and they're actually sort of kind of with their newer series that they're doing, actually much more doing a set scale of units, because they're doing some, because Panzer Corps now is doing Allied tracks. There's recently one put out. I haven't played the DLC for Italy and playing the I think it's the Western Allies playing the Italian campaign. Again, because I work for them, they whatever new comes out, they give me Steam codes or a Paradox or Matrix. I keep saying Paradox, Slitherine or Matrix codes if they're not releasing the game on Steam, just in case I may be scheduled to play the game, or of course if I want to play it on my own channel, they just automatically give me those games. So I don't have everything in their catalog, but I have everything since I've started working for them. I think in my catalog now, either from them or on their thing or that. So I don't talk to me about prices for those games because I just get them and I don't pay attention to them. And yes, I'm a paid shill for them, but I don't consider myself a salesman. I consider myself a presenter, and only if you think unless you're just a collector of games, and there are people that do that. Unless you're doing something like that, only get the game if you actually think you're going to spend enough hours playing the game that whatever the price of the game is worth it, worth the money. And so that's a mathematical equation. If you think you're going to play, 200 hours on the game and it's $60, okay, yeah, 200 hours, $60, or 200 hours or more, yeah, that's worth it. You're only going to play it for 10 hours, it ain't worth it. Don't buy it. I'm not trying to actually get you to buy the Slytherin or Matrix games. I'm definitely promoting or presenting them to you, but only get them if you think it's going to be your cup of tea, as you say. So, but some of their newer DLCs very much do sort of stay at the same scale, because that's always been one of my major complaints. Now, if you want a and more Matrix games, have some much like Armored Brigade, and then there's Ardennes Offensive, that are very much more good tactical. They're not quite simulations necessarily, but much more good detailed war games, if you will, than something simplistic like Panzer Corps II, which I've played a bunch of Ardennes Offensive, and I have some videos if you want to go check that game out on my channel, my YouTube channel. Those are a few years old, but they do have those kinds of things too that are much more tactical, much more that. Let's see. So NATO symbols are nice. Do Soviets use different set of symbols? I think the quote-unquote NATO symbols are now universal. Germany used an entirely different system. I don't know what the Soviets in World War II used. I do believe I've seen, 1970s or other era tactical things from the Soviets. I believe, but maybe it's just because I've, David Isby's book on the Soviet, which is all my books are 99% of my books are all in boxes right now. I can't go look up, but maybe it's Western stuff interpreting Soviets, but I think I've seen some actual, copies of Soviet stuff that use the NATO style symbols. I think, but I'm not sure. I used a mod that replaces map textures with a topographical style. Yes, and you can do that. And I would prefer that, but that's a preference for sure. How about having NATO symbols and a little generic tank or steel helmet above it still to make it? Yes, you can do that. I'm not against. Okay. It depends on who you want to be in life. Okay. And I know old people die off and young people come up, but it's who you want to be in life. Think about that. Who do you want to be in life? Do you want to be a military nerd? Okay. I mean, just a military nerd. Whether you've been in the military or not, or it doesn't matter. And I'm not saying all military people are nerds, because a lot of times, you get drafted, or you just go in for 4 years and you're done with it. Yeah, you were in the Army, or yeah, you were in the Navy. It was a good or bad time, whether you felt duty bound or it was an economic opportunity, or you just wanted to try it. I'm not talking about, and I'm not even talking about you went into fighting in any wars. I mean, that's another thing. But if you just want to be a military nerd, whether it's wargaming, collecting, cosplay, whatever it is, if you want to be a military nerd, and there are definitely guys who have gone through, and I've known some of them, that went and fought in some wars, and they're done with the military. Not that they're ashamed of it, but they don't want to live in the wargaming world. They don't want to have, they don't even want to have like a frame thing of their medals or something. That's all put away in the closet somewhere. and they're done with it. And it could be because of war trauma, or it could be they joined the U.S. Army in the 1980s. They did it for 4 years and they left it, and maybe got deployed to Europe, maybe not. And it's part of them, but it's not something they live in, if you know what I mean. They're not a military nerd. But if you want to be a military nerd, and you don't have to be one to want to watch my streams, but if you want to be a military nerd, learn this, okay? Period. Whether it's for wargaming, whether it's for military collecting, whether it's for watching, if you watch a lot of documentaries on World War II and they start putting up the maps and showing things, know this. That's just a skill set. And whether, again, you could be a military nerd will include somebody who's going to do a career in the military or somebody who's never gone in. If you want to be a military nerd, if you want to be able to recognize a German uniform when you see it, and it's not close enough to see swastikas or something, but just know know that it's a German uniform from just glancing at it, that's a military nerd. There are lots of people out here, and I could find even men that I could show some of these pictures to, some of these graphics just printed out at this sort of scale. Oh, that's an Army uniform. And they wouldn't know that it's U.S., German, current, or old. It's just an Army uniform to them. But if you want to be a military nerd, learn the NATO symbols. That doesn't mean you have to be a military nerd to play HOI IV, because it's a strategy game, especially if you also play as much or more EU and Vicky and Crusader Kings, and it's just another game to you that you strategy play. That's not a military nerd. That's a strategy game nerd. Different thing. If you're playing as much of that other stuff as you're playing this. But if you're a war gamer, if you want to play a lot of Matrix games, I use particularly as opposed to Slytherin or Headquarters. Slytherin is something that publishes Headquarters World War II. Matrix is something that publishes. I want them to bring the game back. I always blank on this. But, like Strategic Command. They publish Strategic Command. So if you want to play core war games, learn this. And it'll just be a skill that'll last you for the rest of your life. And I don't mean just sort of know it to pass the test. I mean just learn it intrinsically, like you could read, street signs. Just learn it and know it. I'm trying to put myself into the head of game developers trying to think. Yes. Oh, yes. Now, if you're trying to, but it also is who you're trying to make the game for. And I totally get, and I totally appreciate, and it took a lot of pushing by people to get them to do this, do these symbols. But default, it's the helmet, the tank, the whatever. And that's absolutely fine. And I have no problem with, so long as this was didn't need to mod the game. Just go in and select NATO counters wherever it is. I just do it and forget about it. Pick the NATO counter and leave it there. Production efficiency, towed artillery. Yeah, we'll do this. Pick the thing. Do the. Do it once and then forget about it. That's sort of where I'm at with that. Let's look around. Yeah, I know it's not combat, but I'm going to be occupying pretty soon, so I want to increase suppression. So we're going to do that. Let's look over here at needs. Okay. Transport planes aren't quite. Oh, that's one thing I want to do. Okay. I did this in my other playthrough. I learned a little bit about what I need to do here. Okay, I want to disband this transport unit. Disband that. And this is something that I don't know if it's overly effective or not. Let's get out of this. If it's overly effective or not. Rhineland. Okay, we're going to create medium a raid, which is sort of raiding Ebon. I think this is a really, really cool idea. We can't do it yet because we're not at war, and it also needs a planning time. I understand that. That's cool. So we're planning on that raid to do that. And this is why I'm really getting intrigued, because maybe some of these are overly overly effective or not is another thing. We're gonna do more fighters. Let's just do that. I want modern fighters more and more. So we're planning that raid for a possible war with the Belgians. Generic symbol. Yeah. Pro-Russian military nerds may take offense over NATO counters. They would prefer Soviet symbols. Well, I don't know what the Soviets used. And like I say, we call them NATO counters, but there are definitely real-world sources of those symbols being used, at least by the U.S., during World War I. I don't know who really set the format. I know U.S. demanded NATO do that, but map symbols, maybe they're too Western or too Americans, maybe, but yeah, that's going on up there. So it's a language, and if you need your language for whatever reason to be different than somebody else's for national pride, fine. But do you really want your Russian people, when they capture a Ukrainian map, not be able to read the map? Read what's, unit placements or something. You know what I mean? I'm going to move you over this way. Get some reinforcements for when this kicks off. Okay, we're almost done with that. We can't do this yet because I'm, again, learning about, and it would have taken a while, and it was historically, before really getting the system set up. We're still doing the research. Some of these, many of these, most of these special projects, I think, are worthless. I saw an analysis of just this, it's a month or so old, but analysis video of about 10 minutes long. I've got to give this guy a shout out, both for you and that. I think it is. I want to give the channel a shout out. Yes. This channel is a great channel here. World War II U.S. bombers. Great channel. His videos are, you see 20 minutes, 13 minutes, 14 minutes, but they're actually, and he calls them a deep dive, that everything is, he mostly just reads analysis documents quickly, and it's very dense. You've got to basically stare and focus on it. It's like he's, showing, I don't know, he didn't put the no AI symbol there, but he doesn't use AIs. It's his voice. It's sort of a quirky voice. But it's a deep dive into these topics, like World War II German attacks, and he goes into the different things, if they could have, how, in theory, because there's a U.S. document prepared that looks at, this is like, I don't know, a 1943 or some sort of document in years, but he shows the cover of the document. He shows when he's reading parts of it from the document. So you can't argue with him. You can argue with the original sources, but he's presenting his original sources out and their opinion of things, or their analytics of elements of things. of how likely it was for the Japan to attack the U.S. mainland. And he goes into the few attacks very quickly in Germany or whatever. But he looks at V2 and how you can build 4 V2s for one B-29 bomber, the most advanced American bomber. And of course, the B-29s are reusable. And they shows how much more effective one bomb load, which is like 4 V2s or something, amount of explosives you carry to the thing. So one plane is carrying 4 V2s. It costs the equivalent of V2s plus the bombs, which are cheap, relatively speaking. And it's reusable. And it talks about how, if this is London area, about half of the V2s land outside of London. So you have 50% hit accuracy on London. But the B-29s, more than 50% of the bombs land all within, when I cover over it, but all within the A of the scale. That's how targeting. More than 50% would land within the A. So in affecting the outcome of the war, the B-29s are so much more effective than the useless V1s or V2s. Actually, the V2s or V1s are actually more accurate and will actually deliver for cost, because they're much cheaper, more explosive onto a more precise target. So V1s are actually better, but they're still a complete waste too. The only thing is that they're able to get through to the target some of the time, and you're not killing one or more people of your people to get it to the target, meaning sure, when they're bombing or attacking a launch site, you may be losing personnel there, but and they definitely did that. But it's an unmanned attack, where if they built big German bombers equivalent, and there were a few that are sort of kind of equivalent, I forget the exact models, but sort of kind of equivalent to the B-29 in cost and performance and whatnot, sort of kind of, but they just did a handful of those. But if they had built a bunch of those just would have been shot down and never made it. I understand that. But what it does show me is maybe strategic bombing isn't practical for Germany, and though using the rockets are ineffective to do effective, not just drop bombs on somewhere in Britain, but actually affect an outcome of the war, they're entirely ineffective. Yeah, they get a lot of aircraft, and he also goes into talks about the strategies of Britain in fighting the V1s, because they could, there's first, they're detecting them on radar. There's a first engagement, a second engagement, a third engagement line of different fighters, and then, because they're mostly all some do get sent over to Bristol, but and then some down in Portsmouth, the V1s, but 90% or more are sent towards London, and then a belt of installed just to shoot at the V1s, significant belt of British anti-aircraft guns. So yeah, it's getting repurposing a bunch of effort, actually, and that's part of its effectiveness, but the cost isn't worth the repurposing. It would have been better to, say, build Messerschmitt 262s, and shoot down more of those aircraft or something like that. So it's a very, very ineffective program. And so, yeah, I know we got this on the special weapons, but not all Wunderwaffe, because radar's under this and radar's effective. And I think it's effective both within the game and real life. So some Wunderwaffe, some new weapons, are both practical in real life and in the game. So just something to keep in mind. Let's see here. Let's check massive. I believe that the Soviets and now the Russians have their own map symbol system. Cool, IKB. If they do, cool. If you want to find that IKB, you might want to pop somewhere up in the Discord forum. I'd just love to see an infographic. If you can just Google one. I don't want you to create one, but just if you can Google find a Russian or Soviet map symbol chart. Even if it's all in Cyrillic, that's fine. I just love to take a quick look, and maybe somebody else would want to see that too. But I'd love to just glance at one if you want to spend a few minutes to do that. Okay, yeah, more. Put one more there, and I'm going to get something more to drink because I'm talking a lot. And I'm having fun, and I want to get to the actual invasion of Poland. Not that we're going to complete it today, but I do actually want to get to there. And yeah, so I will be back. Almost back. And an ice Coke. Okay. Thomas says fast bombers like late war Arado. The mosquitoes or even the 190 seem to have been the way to go if you were short on resources. Oh, yeah, the Arado bomber, because it's going to be hard to intercept. I don't think it's because the British have the meteor and radar to try to intercept it either on the way there or on the way back. I don't know, but the Arado bomber probably would have been a better program. It's one thing. Okay, it's one thing to have out in Peenemünde a research development because, yeah, the U.S. test and do a bunch of and actually make some. I don't know if they make any V1s. They may. I think they make some V2s after the war, but none of them are made at scale to fight a war. Even if they are making them, they definitely get some captured ones. That's for sure. But they launch like a V2 from a submarine, more like on its deck or something, just as a test. So they're testing these out, and they may do some production. If you want to look into it, I don't know. But those are developmental things. But the rockets, and his big point is, because the V1, and he goes into it, and I know I've seen other things, it's only burning shortly. And the little fins on it that is giving guidance only do it shortly. And then it turns into an artillery piece and just purely does a parabolic, up and over. So it's actually less accurate than firing a super giant gun. And he sort of explains it if it starts out as a gun and then it just sort of, and it uses gravity. Where the V1 has a gyroscopic thing set in it, and it sets its course and it flies its course. And then, because it has a little propeller blade on the front of it, that's just a counting blade, that how many times it goes around. And then after a certain amount of time, it both shuts the engine off and then does something to try to immediately get it to go down, to go down. So it's not like going diving down. It's more like flips over. So it's a crash area pattern. And so they're actually more precise with the V1. So like instead of just trying to hit London, if you're trying to hit whether it's like Portsmouth docks or Dover, docks, that you're trying to disrupt, the flow of supplies, or when they were shooting them at Antwerp, I believe they were shooting them there, or somewhere like that. They were shooting them at the docks to disrupt Allied supply use. You know, actually not just a terror weapon, but and then trying to get them to defend against the terror weapon, but trying to actually affect. You know, if you're cutting off supplies because you're blowing up the docks, if you could do that effectively, that's a useful thing in combat, right? It is. So you can have, if you will, strategic bombers that aren't trying to blow up factories, but just blowing up docks or ports or whatever. Yeah, it would be better. And the Arados, now the biggest problem with the Germans is the jet engines melt. They don't have enough. They sort of kind of know how to make them heat resistant enough for, you know, not, they don't melt right off. They get like 100 hours or some number of hours of use, but that's not very long, and maybe even shorter than that. And then the engine needs to literally be recycled, not just repaired or whatever, but melted down and redone, because it's too hot, because they don't have enough metals to make the right alloys that will be able to withstand the heat. Is sort of their problem. It's not, again, that they don't know how to. It's just either the capabilities of making, you know, the right combination of alloys, slash do they have access to the different materials, mostly metal, I believe, at that point, but, you know, to make the right alloy, you know, to put into it. So jet engines, that V2 is a cruise missile, ballistic missile. Well, yes, but even more so, V1 is a jet pulse engine, and the V2 is a rocket engine. The V1 is an, if I have this correct, or maybe I'm getting it reversed, I believe the V1 is an Army project, and the V2 is an Air Luftwaffe project. No, they're both Peenemünde. And so supplying Peenemünde and Werner von Braun and Dornbringer and whoever else, that isn't necessarily a waste just to do that. Now, how much resources you put into it, because you don't know what you're going to develop. But neither of those two systems are worth producing, either in real life or, which, and appropriately, should be also not worth it in the game. But if you're producing, you know, just better tanks or better, you know, submachine guns or assault rifles, you know, the Sturmgewehr, yeah, those can definitely be useful. So yeah, there were much better options than the V program entirely. It's another one of these boondoggles that don't work out. Now, of course, once you can add a nuclear weapon to it, then you're changing the equation. Or if Germany was willing to put mustard gas on these things, now, of course, the Allies, who, you know, would have turned around and used that on Germany, you know, and then would that be effective? Because a lot of Brits had gas masks, and so they might kill a few more people, might disrupt a bit more, but with the Brits, they had the gas mask, because they, you know, back in 1939-40, they equipped their population, and I do mean just about, and definitely starting with the urban centers, definitely equipped their population. Now, I don't know if it's 100%, you know, everybody in the Outer Hebrides, you know, way out here, all had gas masks. Maybe they did. Definitely, you know, everybody in and around London and those kind of places definitely had gas masks sometime in 1940 or whatever, just because of the fear of gas attacks. So even though they might get initial startled, like, oh my God, it's gas, and it would have been more disruptive because you could do both gas and some explosives. It would have been more effective, but combination of the amount of protection and even if you fired it, you know, at soldiers, they, you know, had gas masks too if they didn't throw them away, and if they thought it was actually to be used. Yeah, let's start here. I know it's going to be 300. But we're over a year early. So instead of waiting for 41 and starting it for however many hundreds of days, we'll do this. Okay. I have dropped a video and a PDF. Thank you, IKB, and I really do appreciate that. And IKB is over the years now, because he's that old of a friend of mine. Has posted. We because it's sort of him and I have one in our Discord, and this is a promotion for our Discord. Have trains and things. Because I wanted to get that separated out, because whether it's videos or other interesting, and we definitely, because both he and I like armored train, military warfare trains, put stuff, resources, so if you just want to scroll up, and so it isn't lost in the general, for those stuff, it isn't lost in the general Discord server stuff, but sort of a nice, yeah, we'll do open top here, open top half tracks. Nice thing for our Discord server. Come on, clear out. That it's a fun resource. I mean, it's a fun community, and I know Elizabeth posts interesting memes there sometimes. So it's you don't have to spend hours hanging out with people if you don't want to, if you don't have the time. How many are we filled up? Okay, you got 4 extra slots, and I'm going to move you also up to here in preps for reinforcements. So, and we definitely at times, it was a couple weeks ago now, but there was like 9 of us in the Discord server at one point. I think IKB was there. We weren't playing a game, though we thought about it at the time. So yeah, sometimes you hang out with people, but sometimes it's just, quick show up and see what funny things have been posted or whatnot. Non-aggression. We'll give you a non-aggression pact, Finland, yes. So I like it as both a hangout place and a interesting forum for interesting bits of knowledge. Okay. He's full. We have Yodel down here, right? Yodel. Add to his force there. We're going to send that to. We may have enough time to get it to Poland that way, or Prussia. Division there. And send you that. Okay. It will be a little while before we get our radar. Don't know how much more maximum we want to do that early on Fortress, because we are more on the offensive. Oh, we have this. Yes, we should be doing that already. 1940s. Improved computing. United Kingdom dominates Dutch trade negotiation. Okay, we have lots of... This is more of a forgetting thing. Okay, we don't want to cancel MIFO bills. The war is going to start. Increase trade with Denmark. Because we have so much, we will do this, though they may decide to cancel us very shortly. So it may not really be worth it. This will take... We can develop Western Germany here. Yeah, I think this is a good idea. It will take 3 civilian factories, I know. Economic policy, building slots, Thuringia. Dismantle Czech forts. 1 civilian factory, and it will for 180 days. Yeah, we'll do this, I guess. May or may not be the best time, but... Okay, yeah. Like I knew that this was coming. Okay, even though it's winter 1940, I don't think I'm going to do this first. Don't think. We'll get to the war very, very shortly. We'll do this. Okay. We're not at war yet. I mean, it's happening momentarily now. Oh, what division did I want to change? It was one of them. Was it the armored? It changes. We're going to earn a bunch more, but if I were to come and change this to light reconnaissance, okay, it needs 216 and I have 247, so we'll do that. And I also want to, do I have enough to do it? No, I don't. Maybe I should have done this combat support battalion. I want to do that, but I don't have enough. It'll have it shortly, so we won't be using the extra artillery for the Polish campaign. I should have done that instead of the armored cars, quite honestly. Yes. Yeah, they declined. Okay, so okay, we have war goal. Declare war. Okay. You guys attack here. One of you, just one of you, goes into Occupy Danzig. You guys attack here. Two of you. You guys, you attack there. You guys come there, and you keep moving into there once you get that secured. For some reason he's having supply problems. I don't know why, but whatever. You attack there. You attack there. You go on to there. And you go on to there. You take him down, right? You guys come to here, and you continue pushing on to there. Okay, that's your advancing through there. You guys come to here and then swing that way. You guys come through the big gaping hole because AI be stupid. Right to Warsaw and use this way. Like that. Now, I don't know that they're going to make all these deep, make it through to all these goals, but And I find this so much more elegant than the battle plans. You attack and pin there. Pin that force in place. These guys are going to come up here and then join the attack there, if it still needs to be done. You attack and pin that force, but the rest of you attack into here. The rest of these guys are just going to be defensive down here. All right. Now, I've not sent out my Navy. Not going to do it. Let's put you out here going after ships. Don't have any fighters. Okay. You come to here going after ships. Here going after ships. Let's create, I'm pretty sure we have fighters in reserve still. Okay. What do we have here? Okay. Older fighters. We'll do that. And then come here and we will, once you get there and deploy, come up here and control the air zone there. I'm going to put you up over northwest Germany and do air superiority. For the moment, you come over northwest Germany and air superiority. You come over western Germany, air superiority. I'm going to burn the fuel to just try to intercept. Now back over here. I'm going to put one up sort of defensive over Germany, just in case the Poles have some ability to bomb. You're going to tactically bomb, because I really don't want to destroy your industry. I want your industry. And I'm smarter than your average Nazi, because, hey, they were Nazis. But also, I don't want to terror bomb Warsaw for some stupid reason. I want to conquer Warsaw. Tactically, to do as much battle damage. Now out here, I'm going to put you up over here. You up over there. You are going to come up over here and do that. Now let's look here. Do we have? And yes, we do. Okay. Will be Eric Hartman. Let's put you. We can put you in charge of this guy here, and Götterdämmerung. Yeah, let's give you Götterdämmerung. And Barkhorn, I don't know who he was. Götterdämmerung, because he lived long enough and was in a lot of TV interviews. It's not like I know him, but I know sort of, face and whatnot. Okay, we have Marcus Wren, whoever he is. Do Do we have, is there anybody different for naval? I don't think so. I think they're the tactical. Oh, no, we do. No, we didn't we just put him? Oh, I forgot to, when I clicked here, I forgot to, oh, no. Oh, do we have somebody else here? Oh, no, I guess, no, he's, oh, he is assigned to, okay, so he is already assigned to, right. Okay, so we got all of our aces assigned. And hello, drawn in, I know you've been here before. Berkovic, I don't mean to butcher it, but I'm sure I am. Anglo-Saxons, we can't pronounce some what we see as strange languages. We might be able to pronounce them if we heard them well enough, but and then often enough and someone worked with us. Okay, yes, rearmament has always been our goal, yes. This will sort of affect our production industry for a little while, I believe. Okay, so, oh, and I want to slow this down to 2. Denmark cancels the current, even the ones that we already had. Now we've got, see, we're already pushing into Warsaw because they left that hole open. These guys are basically able to just drive to Warsaw. Here. Okay. Now, what also I don't like is I have to wait for the actual battle here to tell them to support the attack, where I would prefer to be able to start off a supporting action. Here, I want them to support this. And let's support this with them. No, let's support this with them. And these guys support this one. So they're supporting the attack. And we're already somewhat into it. And they're going to support that attack. We have these guys back here. Yeah, no, they're operating over Western Poland. Okay, so we're moving into here. These guys failed in their attack, but we're going to get reinforcements coming up very soon. We've already done so. Just okay, so now we are actually on the outskirts of Warsaw. We're attacking into there. They're supporting that attack. This one here, I'm going to retask you to there. And going that drive into there and get hopefully Warsaw before they can support that attack. Okay, now what we should be able to do here is, okay, we're already at war economy. Oh, pause. I keep forgetting to do that because I like, whether it's talking with you guys or closed economy. Is there any reason not to do that? Is there any reason not to do this? I mean, factory emergency consumption is plus 50%. So yes, it will use more resources, but production, consumer goods. Okay, we got now consumer goods 20%. Now it's going to go down to 15. So yeah, let's do that one. These guys, more subs. More subs. And I think we're using Bloom and Voss. You know, just get to a full amount if and when you can. Okay, now, yeah, they're attacking along here. I expected that. So, we can look over here and be sort of scientific about it. See what we're armored cars, infantry equipment. Okay, that we're using currently up more than we need, but oh well. Did we convert over to what? Oh no, we're still. I want to make sure I'm selecting that. We're going to go to the pack 40 already. I don't know if it really is. Let's also reduce that down, which will allow us to increase there without. So we have currently plenty of trains. I say currently because as we expand out, we'll need more, but we'll probably also capture more. And bombing and other things will reduce our trains, definitely. So we want to continue to produce trains. But I don't know that we need to prioritize them now. So we're keeping 3 there to, 1 a week. So that's pretty good. I think let's see, we'll put 2 more into tanks. Let's do medium airframe and 2 more into that. And then when we get just something I want to produce, well, we can start producing some of these for mechanized equipment. Opal, and we'll do 2 factories once we get them. I know we're producing none now. Hello, TR Blitz. How you doing? It's a bit since I played. What are meta infantry divisions now? Sorry if you already said that. Well, I don't know that I know the best meta infantry divisions. There are some videos on YouTube if you want to look into that. What is good, and it does your land doctrines now, whether you do mobile warfare, grand battle plan, superior firepower, or mass assaults, along with these, which ones of these, because you can see that there are multiple ones of these, can really affect how you play. But if you're looking at generally with infantry divisions, it's probably a good idea not only to do the support, but to do 1 or more, depending on how much you can afford to produce, frontline artillery units. And I'm planning on, well, I guess I can maybe do it right now because it does look like I can do a frontline, and I have and I'm just barely. Yeah, even though I'm in the middle of combat. No, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait until after the invasion of Poland is done. But before I start the invasion in West is to do that. So I suggest doing that. It's just so you might want to see about doing something like that. But some other time, I am not the most knowledgeable to say that X, Y, or Z is best. And it's partially best for what nation, because different nations can afford to produce different things. Support that attack. You're going to support that attack. 2 divisions there. At. I'm not really, I mean, I do want to, because this is turned into the capital, and do sort of want to take down into here, definitely. But This is more of a holding action down here than a planned on primary conquest. One division is going to support that attack, and the other two are going to drive into there. They pushed into here on me, I see. Counter attack. Down here, we're going to also attack. One division's going to support that attack, so that we use a... You're going to come up over into here. No. This way. Just seal it up just in case we have a problem there. Okay, you're here. Support that battle. You support that battle. And I like the support attack because they don't leave if they're victorious, so we're still holding Poznan. Because if this becomes a pocket. Okay. And those two divisions there, along with them supporting, these guys are going to come down and take that. Down that way to sort of seal up our drive deep into there. Take a look over here. You can come up to here and help hold there, though we're doing good. There, and you can come in and hold there just in case. This Saarbrücken is where the only actual French offensive happened. But it can be attacked from 3 positions successfully. So it could fall. Support that attack. Okay, they've overrun here. Let's send all of you to there. And you can come to here and you can attack there so that you go forward once it's achieved. You guys, alright. You're in good shape. You're in good shape, so keep pushing. Join this other fight. Part of it, of course, is I'm just fighting Poland, but the AI just really doesn't have much of a chance here. Yeah, they're getting my train somewhere. Okay, out here. Let's look at, yes. They're dominating the skies over here, it looks like. Well, we really don't have the excess fighter force until we do. Okay, they sunk. British submarine sunk one of our transports. Swedish trade and all. Alright, well, now that we got this division up here, let's send in those 3 divisions. Oh, they're okay. They're just going to go and occupy. Leaving, so you go in. Oh, there's some still there. You attack there. You support the attack. You attack there. Both of you this time support. Okay.
Angetreten. Ihre Befehle. Achtung.
You guys support that attack so that we have a bit more on the front line there.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
You guys.
Ausrücken.
No. You go here. No.
Ausrücken. Ausrücken. Bereit zum Ausrücken. Zuhören.
There. You follow up to there. Here. Hundred motorized cavalrymen are breaking through. Mastery reward unlocked. Well, cool. Okay, we're starting on mechanized equipment. Don't have enough tungsten. We're down by 2. So what? Well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to start a new fighter production line, and yeah, we will, because it's currently the best Messerschmitt Falkworth. I don't know. That's one of these 5, even though I know I could have just added 5, but I want to do it different. So if I want to keep, I'm really loving the idea. I haven't looked deep into the various stat changes the different company improvements make. But to me, it's a great idea, and where I sort of think could be a good way to mod in the game, and not just for Germany, but definitely a German sort of focus. Okay, well, since they're attacking, we're going to counterattack.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Well, so far this is a fairly interesting invasion of Poland.
Befehle. Bereit. Ausrücken. Angetreten. Zurück. Ausrücken.
Oh, because I'm playing without any mods, I'm getting a lot of stalwart defender. Okay, cool. All right, well, now,
Befehle.
you come here.
Ihre Befehle.
You come here.
Befehle. Bereit zum Ausrücken. Achtung.
You guys attack across the frozen river there.
Ihre Befehle.
That way. Even unsuccessful attacks are tying up troops.
Befehle.
That unto itself can be a useful thing. Hope they're making a strong push here. Well, I hope we'll be okay.
Angetreten.
Let's do a counter push over here with them supporting.
Zuhören.
Going this offensive there.
Angetreten. Zuhören.
This way. I definitely don't want any of these units cut off. If they're forced back, okay, but
Bereit. Achtung. Achtung. Achtung.
leave your positions. Soviets don't come in and help me.
Ausrücken. Befehle.
They haven't even occupied anything.
Angetreten.
Okay, we've taken good parts of the city here.
Achtung.
There, take Kharkov.
Zuhören. Zuhören. Angetreten. Bereit zum Ausrücken. Achtung. Angetreten. Achtung.
And support the attack.
Ihre Befehle. Ausrücken. Achtung. Zuhören.
Bit of a jumble of divisions, but they'll work.
Bereit.
Continuing to roll them up here in the north.
Ausrücken.
Well, what I'm going to do now to get you, and I'm going to put you on partisan suppression. Okay. So now you're out here, and you are root out resistance. That's what I should say. Already, so we're already working on that path.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Got Kharkov. These guys are here, so we're going to drive into there while these guys renew their attacks here.
Achtung.
Send the cavalry forward. We're going to send the infantry to attack alongside with these mounted troops here. Just into the hills, but still. Five bombers. Well, very good. Okay. February. Still pretty early. It's going to take us a little while to get there. And that is just 28 days. Okay. And this here. See, I love the idea of this. That doesn't mean I love the implementation. I'd have to look into it more to say if I do or don't. But what this is doing, now this is Junkers, as opposed to Messerschmitt or something else, but this can be what the, the different E model, F model, F2, whatever, models of either panzers or fighters or whatever. So without completely reworking your production lines, it's minor modifications. Production efficiency gain, which I like that. We can do. I don't know that anything is currently being made by Junkers, but so we're here with these 4 divisions. You go there. You go there. And the 2 of you go there. And the Panzer Division, go. Hit them in the flanks. Infantry, yes. Capital 2, okay. And why is the AI, we can talk about, how bad this AI, why are they defending out here? What's the strategic purpose? If the AI has figured out that they no longer need to worry about the Soviets, they're moving everything about the... Okay, well, we lost 2 convoys. We lost 3 convoys. What is coming through here? Is it just this little thing? We're going to tell this to avoid if possible. I have this out here. Well, no, it should already be, but it isn't. This is a no-go zone unless I say otherwise. That's an avoid if you can avoid it. Run down through here or something. Big infantry attack there. Infantry and armor there. Doing this to pin these 4 divisions in place and attack there where there's only 1 division. And trying to block these other divisions from reinforcing somebody else, somewhere else. Support that, yes. We'll get back in, but trying to cut off all these forces here. Well, now that I've told you not to go there, I don't know what is... Huh? How the hell do I have ships out here? I thought this would show me all my active convoys. Which now notice that's no longer happening there. So I don't know what the hell that was. Okay, well. Fast, and they'll just walking through, but we go. And we can produce more factories. So can't produce radars yet. We're going to do this before we go into France. I didn't do it for now, but Polish one. Maybe shoulda, but okay, we're down at stability 68. So, and war support. So if I bring up war support, it should help stability. Let's do that. Hit it. Oh well. I didn't mean to do that, but okay. And we need more rubber. So, oh, it's the Dutch East Indies we were getting it from. Okay. 0. Okay, we want to do that. We want to get our rubber from somebody else. So let's do that. That's where we were having ships way out there. That should help our rubber because that will actually get our rubber. Let's do a second one. All of our rubber from
Ihre Befehle?
support that attack. Hitting the Windows button. Oh well, it's already done its thing.
Angetreten? Ihre Befehle?
Now, what we can, let's look at our air power. Something, okay, well, we're still fighting down in here enough. Holding the line here well enough, good. Are you able to get, okay, like from Thomas, are you able to get some statistics in between of about what losses you're taking and dealing with in this? Yes, you are, and I'll show you in just a minute. Something I don't normally pay too much of attention to, but I will show you. Looks like a lot to manage, much more than my little Panzer Corps game right now. Yeah, as you can tell, I like operationally managing this game. This game was sort of kind of designed, and I always try to evaluate, as you guys may know, what the game was trying to be, but I also, it's what I want a game to be. The idea with this is mostly that you're supposed to sort of be Hitler or Churchill, or maybe a bit even more Eisenhower or something, in that you sort of assign a field marshal or a general a big sort of battle plans and make all the industrial decisions and all that stuff, and then hit go and watch it for a while until something comes up that you need to deal with. So meaning you could spam out not just what you're currently using for factories, but more provinces, more fill. So you're not you're doing it. You're not getting prompted all the time, and you sort of watch how your decisions, and it isn't meant to be a game that you just watch it on autopilot, but you're sort of make the big decisions and then see how it goes, and then at the appropriate times, make new decisions. Where I like a more hands-on, still strategic level, but pause while I'm talking. Hands-on strategy game. So I like that better. So if you don't want to manage all this stuff, you can do that. Now, okay. Oh, is it here? Yeah. Somebody who normally, I don't know if somebody wants to give me a hint here. It's one of these. Toggle music controller. I don't want music. Oh, here maybe. Okay, so we can see combat manpower losses, win ratios. So this is just the fight against Poland. There is a few France has attacked. So what they've lost, what we've lost, that kind of thing. So there are ways. Again, I just normally don't dig into this, stats for nerds. Not that that's a bad thing, but just a thing. So I don't normally dig in too much to it, but these are the wars that are currently going on. I don't know British German here. Okay, here's maybe okay, so here we go. So German Reich, we also Romania, though I haven't called them into war. We've had 72,000 killed. Number of divisions. Poland has had 103,000 killed. United Kingdom 400. New Zealand 12. France 10,000 killed. So they've had a lot more killed than I have. So you can see some of these stats of what's going on, because all of these, Republic of Syria or Lebanese, are either like subsections of France for these guys, or Canada and whatnot, subsections of the British. And then you have the Italian-Ethiopian War, which happened, as in past tense, and you could look up Ethiopia, 46,000 killed. Italy lost 14,000 in that war. The Japanese-Chinese war here, reorganized nationalist China, which hardly has anything. It's a Japanese puppet, other Japanese puppet. And Japan has lost 843,000 people. The Chinese United Front together has lost 3 million people. So, and I think these numbers are inflated over what it was really at this time in history. Maybe not the whole war put together, but yeah. So that's going on out here. So there are very much stats for nerds if you want to look into them. I normally just, as you can tell, just sort of don't care. I look at success loss ratios. Internal, yes. Yes, part of the war score screen, yes. 3,000 foot overlord of the country. Yes, that's how this game was sort of designed. Again, because of my dealings with, I'm not saying exclusive, no, I'm just saying, as part of the beta and talking along with others, about it. I don't want to try to overstate it, but trying to get their design influence on the game and what they were trying to do. It was very much a grand strategy game, with the grand being a key word there, and not just a strategy game. Two divisions move forward into the attack. Okay. Let's find a well organized division and here to support those attacks, so that they now, and you definitely get bonuses. Okay, let's look here. Okay, here we are. Attacking from multiple directions, the more directions improve things. You also have air support. They have enemy air superiority, which is a negative. Currently, we have 3 divisions actually in combat. They have 4 divisions. They have 1 in reserve. We have 1 in reserve. The green line is how well organized we are. Once we become completely unorganized, we're out of the fight. The beige line is our strength, which includes both manpower and equipment, because you can lose equipment in combat. So we can see all of these units here are basically fully equipped. That unit here has a little bit losses and a little bit losses, but fully equipped. Where this unit here is barely organized at all and isn't in the front line, this unit is about ready to also collapse and not be fighting these other units. So it's not a kill everybody situation. In this battle right now, there are 239 aircraft, or have been in this recent starting of the attack. They have 0, none have been shot down, damaged, or whatever. So this is, and currently our general is doing an unexpected thrust, and their general is doing a defend. You can set certain preferences here, but here's some of the different tactical possibilities for assaults and defending, and the AI sort of kind of works out various, I'm scrolling down through them to the bottom, various types, and this is influenced. You can come in and tell it to do favorite types. Also, if you come in and as we earn enough experience, which again, I think some of these things, experience here started out to have limited functions. It now has lots of functions, and I don't think you earn enough. The idea is you aren't supposed to min-max by constantly changing these. Totally get it, totally agree. But you're asking it, the experience, to do so much now that within the game as compared to when it started out. You're not. And certain, whether it's certain ideologies, because some of them have like Chinese mass wave attack or whatever, that are not available, or they're not available because our doctrines here, whether because we're doing mobile warfare, we could do these are the 4 main big doctrines: mobile warfare, grand battle plan, superior firepower, mass assault. And then based on that, you have in each one of these categories various, and this is like people's militia, because we're not communists, we can't use that one. And as you use this, you go down naturally and go through the stages of this. This gets down to mastery, where right now we are at, 100 mastery versus 500 mastery, I guess, is their language. And each one of these adds certain things. At some point, if we were to, as Germany, say, go, man, mobile warfare is great, but we're now on the defensive, so we want to do grand battle plan, we could switch, but then we start with with the grand battle plan section. I'm not going to click on it right now. And then start working your way down and adding to more. So all of these kinds of things, and your spirit of the academy, spirit of the army, spirit of division command, all will affect which battle plans are rotated through in likelihood, because even when we're looking here, they will, oh shit, we're being flanked or something, and they'll do a different defensive plan. And similarly for navies, these, and then the air commands. So there's a lot to this game. You don't have to dig so deep into it. You can just sort of kind of let a lot of that go on. Maybe not quite autopilot, but on a you know, don't overly pay attention to it if you don't want to. And so this is a fairly, for all the big giant men sort of running at and spraying with their MP40s or whatever, there really is a depth to this war game. It is a grand strategy war game, not a tactical war game, but nor is it just some tactical or grand strategy mobile game, you know, or a just a sort of pure political or diplomatic game, which are in this game very much so. So this has now become, compared to what it was released at, a rather sophisticated game. Oh, hey, they're not even blocking that. Let's put these 3 divisions. Oh, no, they are there. Okay, but let's put those 3 divisions across it. He was in white, and I didn't see him. I think I hit something to turn that off. The enemy counters are no longer there. Oh, hell. Looking through all this, I hit something. Well, maybe I'll just next time. Wish they still had options for HO? What are you talking about? From HOI IV to AI different parts of the government and military. Okay. Not exactly sure. But these kind of things, as you're developing through for the Messerschmitt, and when you go in and you can assign different companies to make your aircraft. And as you look here, you can hold over this. This expand production facilities affects fighter and carrier fighter, close air support, and carrier close air support aircraft, and it gives a 5% efficiency, production efficiency gain for 1 trait point. Now we've already got that. So if we wanted to come down here and for the same sets of aircraft, we can get 5% additional reliability if we want. Or we can get both of these. Some of these are mutually exclusive. But some of these we can, put next trait point for more reliability and more production efficiency. So you have choices. Or we can come over here, and it's how, as you work along. Oh, I like this concept. I haven't dug in to see if it... Or we can right now, earlier, we can still do these also eventually as we earn more points, but we can go max speed 5%, agility 5%. So we're a slightly better fighter. So we're going to do that right now. So, and this affects, to my understanding, fighters that are currently being produced. It's that sort of detailed that fighters that were, because we're already at FBF 109 DC, whatever exact model, however they're doing that, that it's, and this here talks about the effectiveness of the current aircraft. So you will get variations on your aircraft. That's sort of why. So these guys are being produced by, I know they're still called 109s, but these are being by Focke-Wulf, and it is Messerschmitt. Whatever the Focke-Wulf. But these are being by Junkers, and we can do some other options for production companies. So you could have multiple production companies producing a similar type of aircraft with a little bit different stats. Attack there. So now they're being attacked from multiple places. You can see he's using an ambush against our attack. All right, let's save this. We did finally get to the war with Poland. We are going to win it, obviously, and we are obviously currently holding the line with the French. I think it's going to have to wait till next week to conclude the war with Poland and then see about going after the Low Countries and France. If we can get to all of that next week, I'll be glad, but we'll see how that goes. I want to thank you all. Turn Low, Thomas, TR Blitz, IKB, Folk, who else? Elizabeth, if you're still around, I hope. Jamnuska, D-Tim. Just want to thank everybody. I love it. Arno, if you for showing up here and hanging out with me. think that's most of you. Oh, PJ. Thank you all for hanging out. Should be back tomorrow. Oh, ZZ. First time I've been seeing you here. Should be back tomorrow for War Thunder if you want to join us. If you let me know. I will rotate people in that, unless it's the last mission or two. But if you get there early enough. Now, if we get enough people, I'll set up, at least 6 to 8 people who want to play. We'll set up some custom battles and we'll battle it out. But otherwise, just run a squad of 4 tomorrow, starting approximately, about 4.5 hours back from now, tomorrow, wherever you are in the world. So, and Arno will most likely be playing unless I kick him out to make room for you. And whoever else wants to play, or just hang out with us. Sometimes we have very interesting philosophical conversations while playing tanks. And I will take both comments from the chat, but there are a bunch of us in voice chat as well. So it's a fun time, at least for me to play. Don't get as many views, but thank you all. Nothing for Slytherin, I don't think, next week. The week after, I think I have 2 streams for them, so it's not that they're dissing me or anything. It's just don't kick. I think it means me. That hurts. Yeah, well, who cares? Well, no, maybe it's a good thing it hurts. We want to kick him harder, kick Arno harder. Yes. So, so thank you all. See you. Have a very good day or evening, depending on where you are. Thanks, everyone.